here. Where is Bob? We've all been sitting up here for 5 minutes. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for July 7, 2026. We have a full house in chambers and an overflow this evening, so lots of interest in many different topics. I am thrilled each and every one of you is here. So we're gonna go ahead and just get the meeting started, and we're gonna have some changes tonight to public comment, but we will explain those as we go. We're just trying to make things a little bit more orderly for everybody. So breaking you out into sections. So first of all, I'm going to call upon Councilmember Leveson for the reflection and Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. We'll take a moment of reflection. And then please stand if you are able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Rush, if you'll do the roll call.
Mayor Simpson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon?
Here.
Councilmember Ambrose?
Here.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Pfeiffer?
Here.
Councilmember Griffith?
Here.
Councilmember Leveson?
Here.
Thank you. Next, we have the approval of the minutes for June 16th, 2026. Are there any edits or corrections to the record? Seeing none, those stand. Oh. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Could we add to the folks who received the Juneteenth proclamation, could we add Zylacia Gambrell and also Brian Collins to that list?
Thank you very much for catching that. All right. Yes, we'll add those names to the correction, to the minutes. Are they otherwise stand approved? Seeing none, they stand approved. The recognitions and communications this evening, we have the proclamation for Park and Recreation Month presented by Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you very much. Are there any members from Apex, Parks and Rec, presence, and or, I think it's just Apex. That's correct.
I believe Parks Committee is also here?
Parks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why doesn't everybody who's here for this proclamation come on down?
Yes, please. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much for coming here tonight. And come down to the podium, too. We'll have you right up there. Excellent. So I'll read a proclamation and then give you guys an opportunity to speak to if you'd like to. I'm glad there's not too many of you. You don't want it to get crowded. All right, welcome everyone. So I'll go ahead and start now. So this proclamation reads, whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout the country, including the city of Arvada, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes the health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activity by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas the City of Arvada and the Apex Park and Recreational District have built a strong and enduring partnership to provide essential parks and recreational services that enhance the quality of life for all residents. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Arvada, Colorado, that July 2026 be designated as Parks and Recreational Month, and encourage all community members to reflect on the indispensable role park and recreational professionals play in creating and maintaining a vibrant community. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll turn it over in just a moment to our partners at Apex, but a few words from your parks system here. Thank you, Council, for this proclamation and for recognizing Parks and Recreation Month. Parks and recreation are more than places and programs. They are where connection happens. They're where kids learn to play, where families gather, where neighbors meet, and where people of all ages find space to move, to heal, and to belong. Whether it's on our trails in our neighborhood parks or through our recreation programs, we see every day how these spaces strengthen the community right here in Arvada. This year's national theme from the National Recreation and Park Association highlights the many powers of parks and recreation, the power of connection, the power of well-being, of nature and community. And we see that every day right here in the city. On behalf of our team and the community we serve, we're grateful for this recognition and for your continued support of the spaces and programs that help make Arvada a place where people truly belong. We appreciate that. I'll hand it over to Jeff Glenn. As mentioned, we have a great partnership. We work virtually almost every day, whether we're physically together or not.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, City Council. Just on behalf of the staff and the board at Apex, I stand before you again this year, very humbled and very pleased to accept this proclamation from you all. How much we appreciate the partnership with you all as far as our IGA agreements and those types of things, and with your amazing staff here who we do work with every day. We feel very lucky to be in the city. You have an amazing park system that we benefit from, as does everybody that lives here. And so we are just very honored to be here tonight and stand with your staff and our staff together. And this is the best month of the year for Parks and Rec. Thank you.
Excellent. I just wanted to extend sincere gratitude. This is a particularly tough year for parks, and I think everybody understands that with the water challenges that we've had and the heat. It's been a hot week. My family greatly enjoys the pool facilities. We go in the parks all the time, walk the trails. It's an asset that I think everybody in the city really enjoys, and I understand that maintaining it is not easy. So I just want to tell you thank you personally, and we'll come down and take a picture.
Come on up this way, and we'll gather everybody along here. All right. That's fun. So for those in chambers who do not understand our mac and cheese joke, 2 years ago during this presentation, that young lady grabbed the microphone and started screaming her favorite foods. And so we all remember mac and cheese. Next year. Okay. That is it for proclamations this evening. Next, we have public comments. So like I mentioned, we are going to mix it up a little bit. If we have the first 2 rows open now, available for folks in overflow chambers to come forward. So if you are here for public comment for items not scheduled on the agenda, and where this one's going to be, because we're going to create special public comments since we have 2 large groups, I believe, that are here for items that are on our agenda that typically do not have their own public comment period. Those are going to be our resolutions this evening, which is the Climate Action and Sustainability Plan. So if you are here for that, you will get your own unique public comment when we are hearing that item. Secondly is the potential rehearing for Avalon Bay's application. That, since I know a lot of people are here, will also, if that gets opened, will wind up having its own unique public comment. So if you are here for either of those items, you're not going to go here at the top end. We're going to use this for everybody who is not here. And if you're here for this evening's hearings on the agenda, your public comment will be during the hearing itself. So with that, I'm going to call up a few names. That way people can start to queue up so that we can keep this moving, because we got a lot of folks here tonight. The first folks who are going to go are Harrison Wilterdink, Mike Rawlick, and then Ashley Keitzman, I apologize if I mispronounced that, and then Anastasia Champion will be the first four to go. So with that, I would like to invite up Harrison Wilterdink for public comment. And I'll give some quick decorum rules while people are getting settled. So the decorums we have are that we always respectfully ask that you keep your comments directed to us, your city council. Please do not try to address other people in chambers or who may be watching at home. This is your opportunity to speak to us. We do not speak back, but if there is a follow-up item, we will take notes and somebody will follow up with you as appropriate, but we can't have a dialogue back and forth at this opportunity. And then finally, we always just ask, so that this is a welcoming space for everybody, please no applause or booing. People have different opinions on different issues. Sometimes passions run high. So we always just ask for the decorum of the chamber that we allow everyone to be able to speak without giving any kind of reaction. So with that, Mr. Wilterdink.
Good evening, Council. My name is Harrison Wilterdink. I live at 8430 Clarabelle Drive in Arvada, and I'd like to comment on your decision to not adopt drought surcharges at your last business meeting on June 16th. With the exception of Councilmember Ambrose, I believe you shanked it. As noted during exchanges between city staff and Councilmember Pfeiffer, you postponed until a time when any potential changes will come after the window to affect this season's irrigation patterns is already closed. To Councilmember Ambrose, thank you for your lone opposition to the postponement and your clear-eyed analysis of the purpose. As your own personal experience attests, the proposed surcharges are not a targeted attack on families or kids or gardens. They're targeted at reducing our city's use of non-functional turf grass. To Council generally, please remember that city staff is trying to increase our water resilience if the current situation becomes a multi-year drought. While I would love for Council's decisions to generally be well-measured and based on data and scientific, nature does not always afford us the luxury of infinite time and deliberation. And finally, to Councilmember Griffith, who asked staff when and how our development practices should change in response to long-term water and climate trends. The answer to when is now, and the answer to how is at least twofold. First, by supporting and incentivizing denser forms of housing like apartments, multiplexes, townhomes, and ADUs. As documented in the 2018 Colorado Water and Growth Dialogue Report, these so-called missing middle homes use between 2 and 5 times less water per unit than our typical single-family homes. When we need to simultaneously house people and manage our water responsibly, density is our friend, and doubly so when we are talking about infill housing or adaptive reuse within existing neighborhoods. Second, by emulating practices of neighboring cities like Denver, Fort Collins, and others across the American West who have been showcased in peer-reviewed journals for their ability to simultaneously increase their population and decrease their total water use over the last few decades. Their gains have come from incentivizing denser, more water-efficient housing, as described earlier, as well as implementing policies to limit non-functional turf grass above and beyond Arvada's current status quo. As reported in the Colorado Sun in 2022, for example, both Aurora and Castle Rock limit turf area in new builds to a total of 500 or 750 square feet. Arvada does not. Aurora incentivizes turf grass replacement to the tune of $1 to $3 per square foot. Arvada does not, but it could create a virtuous feedback loop by using drought surcharge revenues to fund such replacements. Although this ship has sailed for now, I do urge Council to consider these points when you revisit this topic in August. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mike Rawlick.
Good evening, Council. Mayor, thanks for having me to speak today. Just wanted to talk about RTD. I actually sat in on the RTD meeting, and they actually had a board of directors report that says the agency began operating a significant deficit in 2024 following the conclusion of federal COVID-era financing, and the deficit has continued in a manner that is not sustainable in future years. In response, staff has prepared a comprehensive set of deficit reduction concepts that span revenue generation, labor expenditures, and non-labor cost control. And I was dismayed to see the revenue growth includes legislation. The problem that we're seeing right now is 5% of RTD's budget actually comes from ridership, 5%. 68 in 2025 comes from sales tax, and 18.5 comes from grant and operating assistance. Now, we know RTD has shrunk. I sat on the meeting and I was watching people talk about losing their bus routes. A lot of people that were legally blind and had no other options. So if they're looking at losing what they already have, I don't know how we're going to expand in the future. However, there could be an opportunity for closer in stuff. I don't know if you had seen that their RTD is partnering with like Empower Field and other high volume sports events. And they're actually looking for corporate sponsorship, and they're looking for sponsorship from Empower Field and other venues like that as well. So there could be a potential collaboration for Arvada, at least for the eastern side, where there's this significant ridership going that way, to actually get people down to these venues and see if we can get some more ridership and get some more revenue. But right now, 5% revenue is coming from riders, and about 95 is coming from grants and sales tax. So that seems to be particularly unsustainable for me. They talk about non-labor expense as well, and then they talk about cutting workers and stuff like that, and so that's not a fun idea either. So I don't know if there's any synergies to be had with Arvada partnering with the Broncos and other things like that. That'd be great, and I just don't see how this is sustainable as it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ashley Keitzman. I apologize for mispronouncing it.
That's okay, thanks. Ashley Sautel-Kitzman. Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm an Arvada resident, and I'd love to first off just say that I'm in support of the vote tonight for the climate and sustainability measure. But I'm here tonight to let you know what scares me most as a mother. That blocks away, Black farmers found a message of racial terrorism in their porta potty that read, "Dead N-word storage." This occurred days after City Council made their Juneteenth proclamation. As a concerned resident, I'm asking you to review the process that city staff has used to terminate the lease of Frontline Farming. Institutional racism is not always overt. It can be reflected in patterns of treatment, public messaging, and unequal process. City staff created a website to sway public opinion, which includes selective photographs taken by Lindsay Gallis, portraying this Black-led farming organization with negative stereotypes. After these photos were taken, Ryan Stevenson apologized and called for a reset in the relationship. Why have these images been used to build a public case against Frontline Farming? This website and other public messaging from city staff has placed an unnecessary and dangerous target on these farmers. Communications between Frontline Farming and Lindsay Gallis show a pattern of microaggressions that over time created a hostile environment. On November 4th, 2025, emails document that Frontline Farming returned to the farm to find their equipment had been moved without notice, despite previous assurances from Lindsay Gallis that their property would not be moved prior to written consent. This example and many others did not create a collaborative partnership where the leasee may not have felt comfortable in asking for what they needed to run a farm. Lastly, I asked City Council to consider if Frontline Farming truly posed a significant safety risk. If Frontline Farming truly posed a significant safety risk, why did city staff extend their lease through November? These two positions are difficult to reconcile. If the electrical issue presented an immediate danger to the public or to children, extending the lease is inconsistent with that concern. If it did not present an immediate danger, then I question why safety became such a central justification for terminating a 7-year partnership. This sends a troubling message. We want you off this land, but we still need you to farm it until we find someone else. Given the broader pattern of treatment throughout this process, I believe Council should carefully examine whether implicit bias or institutional racism influenced how Frontline Farming was treated. In closing, I'm asking the City Council to look into this pattern of discriminatory events that led to this termination
and ask for a path forward to grant Frontline Farming a 99-year lease so they continue stewarding public farmland and feeding our people. Other municipalities have used a 99-year lease to prevent short-term leadership from advancing their own agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of speakers, we have Anastasia Champion, then Catherine Martinez, then Tim Hall, then Lindsay Sinton. So, Anastasia.
Good evening. I'm just here today. I'm trying to start a neighborhood market in the city of Arvada. They bring a lot of the community together. I've noticed that there's a lot of loopholes with code enforcement, with it not being a business that's on the list to license. And I noticed that they are coming up all over the city of Arvada. I think the city of Arvada could be the city that makes the blueprint for other cities to follow in opening these neighborhood markets. I did write a letter. I don't know if I can leave it with you guys. It's just kind of some guidelines.
You may give it to the city clerk. She'll make sure we get it.
I have one for each of you. So my number's on there. If you have any questions, just reach out to me. I'd like to work with you guys on getting this business going. It could be something that down the road, these small mom and pop businesses that are doing neighborhood markets might need a brick and mortar in the city. So it could bring more opportunity to the city and bring in the community together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Martinez. Oh, you're with the Avalon? With apologies. Okay, I'll move you over to that pile. Next, we have Tim Hall.
I'm Tim Hall. I live at 10784 West 63rd Place, Arvada. Before my comment, I would like to express my thanks to the members of City Council and the staff for their devotion and passion for their work. You love Arvada, and you want her to thrive, and you're not making big bucks to do it, and I thank you. America the Beautiful, the land which we love, celebrated her 250th birthday last Saturday. As is true of nations, our beloved nation is moving through what is called the cycle of decline. Many historians have noted that nations are constantly evolving. They're either moving forward or backward. The cycle of a nation that has spiritual roots like ours goes like this: from bondage to spiritual freedom to great courage, from great courage to liberty, from liberty to abundance, from abundance to complacency, from complacency to apathy, from apathy to dependency, and from dependency to bondage again. We might ask, where is America on this cycle? Because this decline applies to us too. After evaluating America on this cycle, I think we're on the second to the last step, apathy to dependency. It is unlikely that America we know will be in existence if we keep going down the path that is alienating ourselves from God, the Bible, and our spiritual roots. We as a nation are divided, and the Lord Jesus says, a house divided will not stand. Repentance, faith in God, and following his biblical precepts is the major piece of the equation that will keep the cycle of decline from going full circle. We have had 4 great awakenings calling people back to faith in Jesus Christ that has moved us back on the scale of decline. Jesus Christ is the only Redeemer, the way, the truth, and the life. America is ripe for revival or revolution. I pray that it will be the former rather than the latter. May the 5th awakening happen soon. Something to think about.
Thank you. Next, we have Lindy Sinton.
Thank you and good evening. Lindy Sinton, I live at 8664 West 66th Circle in Arvada. I've lived at that location in Arvada for about the last 15 years. And I'm speaking here tonight on behalf of Frontline Farming. The topic has been well addressed, I know, and I'm just hoping that there's a glimmer of a chance that the city and the council will reconsider the termination of the lease for Frontline Farming. My husband and I walk through, we live very close to Majestic View, we walk through there, and we were so excited 6 or 7 years ago when the farm opened up, and we're already impressed with it. Before I happened to go by, and they were having a party, barbecue in the park there, and gave a tour. I got a wonderful tour of the farm itself, and was just thrilled to have that in our community, and for a whole variety of reasons. And took my grandkids and my husband up there, and they also received a great tour, very accommodating, no appointment made. A very proud group of folks doing the wonderful work to grow food and provide it at no cost in some cases to the community and other communities. So if there's a chance of reconsideration, it would be a wonderful thing for our community to be able to continue with Frontline Farming. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Robin Studerville. After Robin will be Brian Derwicki, Tony Rollick, and Corey Blair.
Hi, council members. Thank you. My name is Robin Studerville, and I'm a resident of Arvada, and I would like to speak tonight in support of Frontline Farming. They do essential work in Arvada. I actually got my first farm share of the year from Frontline last Saturday, and it was honestly such a plentiful bounty, it was more than I could eat myself. And so in the spirit of Frontline's own work, they donate thousands of pounds of food to our local food bank each year. I'm sharing that with my own community and my own neighbors and spreading the benefit of that healthy and local food. This is the power of Frontline Farming. Each farm share and pound of donated food provides abundance and nutritious food to communities all across Arvada, most originating from a small piece of land right here in our community. If we are talking about the health and well-being of our community, as has been a central concern by the city, Frontline Farming's work has such an important positive benefit, and that must not be ignored or overlooked. They donate thousands of pounds of food to community table each year. We must talk about the fact that if we were to lose Frontline Farming, we would lose an important food source during a time when more and more families are struggling with increased food costs. We must talk about the risk that the families who rely on a community table face losing thousands of pounds of food each year of locally grown, nutritious groceries each year if we were to lose Frontline Farming. We must talk about the risk of losing an important, sustainable source of food in a time when we are facing increased drought and resource scarcity. And finally, we must talk about the safety risk posed to Black and Brown community members by portraying Frontline in what I believe to be a negative, an unfairly negative light. Although I hope and trust that this was not the city's intention, it is undeniable that Frontline has faced horrific racism and racial threats, including dead N-word storage being written on one of their porta potties. I have no words for this kind of hatred, and the city's response must be with actions, not just platitudes. I hope that moving forward, the city will consider the very real harm to the well-being of Arvadans caused by the Frontline Farming lease termination and their importance of their work to the community, and work with Frontline to find a better path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Derwicki. Derwicki?
Brian Dericki. I am a 15-year resident of the Alta Vista neighborhood. I believe elected officials have the power to make communities better. That's probably why you all got into this. I'm positive you've just heard what happened to Frontline's black farmers, that they experienced a threat of hate and violence that used the N-word. This is unfortunate and, in my opinion, predictable. Frontline is a valuable community partner, the local expert in effective anti-racist action, which sounds weird, but they are. Members of this organization just have second jobs on boards and serve on panels specifically for their expertise in matters of race and power. But here in Arvada, they're not being listened to. I think that is a loss. They pointed out that they felt they were being treated with racial bias, and they were not only ignored. A media campaign that painted these black farmers as unsafe and messy and bad for the community was constructed, apparently to suppress the narrative that Arvada is racist. So we're using stereotypes to show how not racist we are. I want that to sit in. While I can't prove this media campaign directly incited this disgusting act, it's possible at best, and at worst, it's likely. When you put out blatant stereotypes in the world via media campaign, hate crimes, hate events, stuff like this is often the result. Please look into whose media plan this was and hold them accountable for the logical consequences of their decisions. I do believe that's part of your job. I understand that elected city leadership often defers to the city manager and employees when running the actual city, but in this case, you probably don't want their mistakes becoming your legacy. Implement something. And if you want a community partner that can help Arvada remove racism from our city operations at a time when we're racially diversifying as a city, I think you should contact Frontline Farming, extend their lease 99 years, that would be great, and utilize them as a community partner. And please, don't go through with the current plan that I saw a letter on, which is to give their farm away to other farmers who are statistically likely to be white. Like, don't try to fix racism in the city by giving away black farmers' land to white ones.
Thank you. Next, we have Tony Rollick.
Good evening. Tony Rollick, 6070 Virgil Street, Arvada. Totally different note. At the last meeting that I was at, which might have been the last meeting, when we discussed the water, Arvada Water was here, and we were looking at possible solutions. Well, on the 28th of June, there was an article in Denver Post, and it was talking about water. I just want to give you a couple of stats from it. According to the National Resources Conservation Service, as of June 1st, so it's probably gotten worse since, but the reservoirs of the state of Colorado were filled to 54% of capacity. That doesn't sound very healthy. The statewide stream flow was running at roughly 24% of normal, as was the Colorado River. All right, scary stats. I want to thank you for starting the conversation on this subject. It's the elephant in the room, all right? Assuming that climate change and global warming are occurring, which most people feel is absolutely true, this drought isn't one and done. It could be a harbinger of the future, could go for the next 5 years, we don't know. So taking steps to protect our water supply is a critical thing, and I appreciate you starting to work on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Corey Blair.
Hello, my name is Corey Blair. I live in Arvada, Colorado, eastern side. I kind of just came in here randomly, not sure what was going on. I was outside in front helping my one of my cohorts, but I have to chime in because I think this is important, and to have a conversation in light of everything that we're having today, I think it starts with the word globalism, and how are we to be the stewards of a good community, of a prosperous community. I myself am a single father. I'm young. I'm trying to strive forward with my own entrepreneurial goals, whether it be farming or self-sustainability, but globalism is a problem that is facing our local community. And globalism is what's keeping us from upward mobility. Globalism such as the environmental regulations or the climate control initiatives that you guys are trying to promote, as well as the water regulations and the housing developments and the higher density conversations that we're having later this night. That being said, globalism is the capstone that encompasses everything. And Agenda 2030 and the World Economic Forum Sustainable Development Goals and Research, this is all a globalist narrative pushed by Europeans, pushed by wealthy elites, pushed by above government institutions that want to stymie and control the way we live our lives on a local level. So if you want to allow for a prosperous Arvada, if you want to allow for a successful Arvada, if you want to allow for younger generations to flourish, we need less bureaucracy. We need less government creep and government overreach in the way we live our lives. We need less shoebox houses. We need less land grabs. These are the things that are stopping the future development of our future here with young people. And I feel that the voices of the youth are not being heard, and quite frankly, they're completely checked out. They're apathetic to the institutions that are being present in our current day in life right now. And I will continue to speak loudly against globalism. I will continue to speak loudly against these climate policies and these sustainable development goals that politicians and positions that are elected offices are put in place that continue to promote. So with that being said, thank you for your time, and I hope you take heed on my words and understand that less bureaucracy and less government is the solution to a freer and better Arvada. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That's all the signups I have right now for items not related to either the Climate Action Sustainability Plan or the Avalon Bay potential reconsideration. Is there anyone else in chambers at this time or in overflow room, please come forward now, that you would like to speak to at this time? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and if somebody runs in really quickly, I will reopen it. But otherwise, I will close the public comment on this evening's agenda and open us for new business, which it starts with our consent agenda. We have several items on the consent agenda this evening, and they are R26-047, a resolution authorizing an agreement by between the City of Arvada and SEMA Construction Incorporated for construction manager general contractor services, construction package number 4, West 72nd Avenue, Kipling Street to Sim Street, in the amount of $3,565,355.67. R26-048, a resolution approving the First Amendment of the intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Arvada and the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, for 80th Avenue signal updates, CDOT project SHOM040-039, and R26-049, a resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Arvada and the Town of Lakeside for maintenance and repair of fleet vehicles. Councilmember Levison.
Just like to reserve the motion if
there's no
okay,
discussion
perfect.
on consent agenda.
I move that items R26-047, R26-048, and R26-049 be approved.
All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next, we have one resolution on this evening's agenda. This is one of the highlights of this evening, is going to be R26-050, a resolution to adopt the City of Arvada's Climate Sustainability Action Plan. So how this is going to work is we're going to get a presentation from the team. Then I will open public comment for this item. So, Mr. Stephen Russell, our city's Senior Sustainability Coordinator, I believe you have this item. Hi, Stephen.
Learning from experience, open it first. So, Mayor, members of council,
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am so excited to be here. So today we're here to share something we've been working on for a while, and that is the final version of the 2026 Climate and Sustainability Action Plan for your consideration. So today we are recommending that Council adopt the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan. It's been through the ringer and it's ready. I have a very brief presentation for you. We'll recap some of the science of climate change, talk a little bit about context here, and then discuss what we've been up to since we last met in February. I'll take any questions you may have at the end, and then we'll ask you to vote to adopt the plan. So you may recall last time we did Climate Change 101 in 5 minutes. This time we're doing it in 2. So again, it's just important that we cover this foundational science so that I can assure you all, as well as members of the public, that we're basing this plan and our response to climate change in well-established science. So you've all seen this graphic already, but for those who haven't, the greenhouse effect is a natural process. It traps just the right amount of solar radiation from our sun in our atmosphere before letting the rest escape back into space. For millennia, this has been at a nice equilibrium that made the planet a very comfortable and hospitable place for life to flourish. But when we burn fossil fuels to produce energy or power combustion engines, we release greenhouse gases, or GHGs, such as carbon dioxide and methane, into the atmosphere. And those molecules, it's just a chemistry thing, they hold on to more heat and they cause energy to accumulate in the atmosphere. And this is something that we've understood since the greenhouse effect was first discovered by Eunice Newton Foote in the mid-1800s. So again, we're talking very well-established science here. Over the last 2 centuries, in particular since the Industrial Revolution, we've emitted a lot of GHGs into our atmosphere. And they're accumulating to the point that they have altered the chemical composition of our atmosphere sufficient to cause the climate change that we are dealing with today. And that leads us to the era of anthropogenic or human-caused climate change, which we are currently experiencing. While humanity may have missed the train on preventing climate change outright, we still have the power to improve our situation by first reducing our greenhouse gas emissions urgently. And second, by building out resilient systems to help keep future generations safe and prosperous in a GHG-altered climate. So, thankfully, the gloom and doom portion of tonight's presentation is over, and we did it way faster than last time, so we'll call that a win. Speaking of wins, we have some good news here, as Arvada has actually been practicing sustainability for decades, and we're a leader. We're off to a great start. Now, I have to qualify this by saying that a lot of the gains that we've seen are due in large part to Xcel Energy's grid transition. But compared with our neighbors, we actually have pretty low per capita GHG emissions. And we've already seen a 17% reduction in GHGs since 2015. And again, that is a great start, but we have some more work to do. So the CASIP sets realistic and conservative goals for reducing emissions in both our local government operations footprint, so that's the emissions that we, the government, are directly responsible for in our operations, as well as our community-wide emissions, and that's just kind of everything else that happens here in Arvada due to caused by residents, businesses, visitors, et cetera. We'll probably want to increase those ambitions in the future, particularly including a potential alignment with the Race to Net Zero by 2050. But as we discussed last time, this is what's supported by our models, and this is where we want to start. So we propose that we stick with those conservative goals for now and reassess after a few years when we can see how we're trending. And I want to note the community has been engaged in every step along the way of this process. Early outreach started with a consultant. They engaged hundreds of community members to set the vision and early direction for the project. Then we turned internal to fill gaps, to vet the plan with staff, and ensure that it is comprehensive, realistic, and implementable. After a significant revision to the document, we returned to the community and to you all for final feedback. And during this process, I want to note, we had over 100 individual community members voluntarily sign a letter of support for the CASIP itself. In the final phase of our outreach, we conducted a formal public comment period on the text, and we sought your feedback through emails, individual meetings, and of course, the workshop that we had back in February. When we broke down the comments into individual recommendations, it resulted in over 450 unique recommendations on the text. This took some time to implement, but it was time well spent as we've produced a much better plan for that investment. With that, a quick thank you to each of you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your feedback on the draft. And thank you for helping to ensure that we've provided a high quality and comprehensive document for you today. And as a pleasant addition, we've seen dozens of additional engagements from members of the public, including folks here tonight. Both here in chambers, as well as via emails and additional letters of support, we logged 49 additional engagements since we closed the public comment period back in January, and you all know you were here for it. And while there were a lot of suggestions on how we could improve the document, to my surprise, I clocked only one, maybe a couple, that were more mixed in their support, and literally none from the public comment up to this point that were in opposition to the plan. So, in other words, the public comment has been overwhelmingly supportive of the plan. And with that, I promised I'd keep it brief. I just want to say thank you. As you can tell, a lot of work has gone into putting this plan before you today, and the community has really mobilized behind it. I'll take any questions you may have now, or I don't know, maybe we do public comment first.
So we will do public comment, and then I'll open it for council questions.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you.
So I'm just going to take these in the order in which I have them. I also want to note we did have a few signups who did not wish to speak. I will have those. They will be entered into the record. If you change your mind, though, you'll have the opportunity to raise your hand. So with that, we have Ryan Burke. And I will go ahead and also call up the handful of names so people can get prepared. After Ryan, we have Cliff Zimmerman, Holly Fieldman, and then Bodie Carbine. I don't see Mr. Burke, so I'm going to set that one to the side. Cliff Zimmerman? Do not see Mr. Zimmerman. If they're in overflow, we will call them. We just need you to make your way forward now if you're in overflow. In fact, if you are in the overflow room and you are here for this item, go ahead and come on into chambers at this time. So Holly Fieldman, come on up.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity for the public to comment on this really important thing. My name is Holly Fieldman. I live at 5360 Newland Street in East Arvada. The house has been in my family for 52 years. I am here tonight to urge you to unanimously adopt the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan for the City of Arvada that was just well presented upon. I know that there are people who still deny that climate change is a human-caused reality, though I hope there are none in this room. We all know that even a very large person could get drunk. It just needs the intake of enough toxins to overwhelm the body's intricate systems of protection. As the presentation made clear, the climate is a huge system made of smaller systems that contain their own defense mechanisms, even though with all of that, human activity has infused sufficient toxins that the climate system has become overwhelmed, and we cannot deny the evidence that it is indeed very sick. The proposed Climate and Sustainability Action Plan is by no means a cure, but it is a start that can and must be built upon and quickly. Its unanimous adoption by you, our electeds, will help establish a solid foundation for the urgent work that must now take place. Thank you all for helping seed this essential progress. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe I saw that Cliff Zimmerman has made it into chambers? All right. And also Ryan Burke. All right, Mr. Burke, you were first, so come on up, and Mr. Zimmerman, you will be next. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Thanks for having comment on this topic. I just wanted to voice my concern for the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan. I'm fully in support of it. I just wanted to add my voice. I'm a resident in the Candelas neighborhood of Arvada. Been here about 3 years, and a Colorado resident since 2008. I'm a former software solution architect and director of software for environmental sustainability software, mostly in the built environment. Used to work for Amazon.com and Carrier Corporation. Just wanted to stress that I think we need to make more positive connections between the residents of Arvada and make it real for them, right? Make the programs real, make the impact understandable, and connect to what that impact is. So I wanted to put some additional emphasis behind some of the public transportation and micromobility, some of the green spaces, and energy savings and consumption efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Cliff Zimmerman.
Hello. Thank you. I'd also like to voice my support. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone involved in developing the comprehensive goals and strategies outlined in the plan. This plan reflects a strong commitment to climate action, sustainability, and the pursuit of a high quality of life for all residents. And I believe we all have a role to play in addressing the challenges of climate change and building a more sustainable future. Meaningful progress happens when action is taken at every level through municipal leadership, community organizations, businesses, and individual efforts. And for me, as with the City of Arvada, this commitment is not new. For the past dozen years, my career has been focused on energy efficiency. I support utility programs that provide incentives to commercial and industrial customers, helping them implement projects that reduce energy consumption, lower operating costs, and decrease environmental impacts. The utility I work for was among the first to establish a vision of providing 100% carbon-free electricity by 2050, and today delivers an energy mix that is approximately 53% carbon-free across all its service territory. And closer to home, my church, we've begun converting portions of our grounds to water-wise landscaping through the planting of native trees. We also organize an annual shred-a-thon, and providing church members and the broader community with an opportunity to responsibly dispose of paper waste and support recycling efforts. I believe that the combined impact of actions such as this by countless others throughout our community and the actions that will result from this plan will create meaningful and lasting benefits, not only for the environment, but also for the overall quality of life. I especially appreciate the emphasis on equity and the commitment to accountability through measurable outcomes and performance metrics, including the community greenhouse gas inventory that was most recently completed in 2023, and then there's going to be subsequent measurements of that. So I wholeheartedly support the goals and strategies outlined in the plan and ask for the council to approve it. The plan is fundamentally, it seems to me, a framework for action, and its success will depend on our collective commitment, persistence, and creativity in turning these goals into reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bodie Cabine. After Bodie will be Kathleen Warnick, and then Mindy Moore, and then Kristen Klipka. Welcome, Bodie.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Bodie Cabine. I'm 16, and up here is my sibling Kai, who's 13. We are residents of District 1. I've spoken up here a few times, encouraging you to support climate action in our city. When I was 13, the city did not even recognize the word climate. We have shown great progress with you voting on the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan tonight. When I spoke earlier this year, I referenced how we had not had a typical winter when I urged you to support this plan. I mentioned how there was no school in December, and not because there was a snow day, but because we had high wind and wildfire dangers where me and other students watched our parents freaking out over severe weather changes. Today, July 7th, I stand before you urging you to adopt Arvada's first Climate and Sustainability Action Plan tonight. Today is the 7th day in a row that Denver has had the worst air quality in the entire United States because of our severe drought and now wildfires that are burning, as the federal government has defunded many wildfire monitoring and emergency relief efforts. We are at a pivotal time for a 16-year-old, a 13-year-old, and the future of kids younger than us. I'm asking that you, as the adults in the room, take immediate action with regard to greenhouse gas mitigation in our city and other efforts that residents can take to keep each other safe in our current climate reality. My sibling and I work with Spirit of the Sun with their Mycelium Healing Project, River Sisters Congresso on behalf of the South Platte River Watershed, and the Colorado Rising Youth Advocacy Coalition, doing what we can to safeguard nature. This has been a very long journey to tonight's vote that will surely bring much impact upon our city and surrounding areas. I hope you choose the option to support the next 7 generations of Arvada residents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathleen Warnick.
Greetings, Mayor Simpson and members of the council. My name is Kathleen Warnick. I'm here to support the acceptance of the resolution, the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan. A little about my personal background. I've lived in Arvada for 40 years, and I'm proud to live in a city that has already taken positive steps to support environmental sustainability that benefit us in so many ways. Thank you. I also agree with the science that Mr. Russell has presented. I have a graduate degree in science and in healthcare, and I can read and recognize valid research and papers. There's a lot of misinformation about climate change out there. I've seen the impacts in the healthcare work that I've done of the various impacts of polluting factors that really do have negative health consequences. This has prompted me to take actions to help others to both understand the causes and impacts for them and for us on our health and for our descendants. And I've coached them on how to take positive steps in their personal lives as best they can to mitigate negative impacts. As a part of this commitment, I'm active in a church group that supports taking mitigating actions on the negative impacts of pollutants that supports environmental sustainability. We can do a lot, and as people, but as a government, we can do more. Mr. Russell has done a really fine job of putting all this together. Thank you, Mr. Russell. You're to be congratulated in supporting the creation of this proposal. My hat's off to you. The components of the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan are both visionary and realistic. I believe it really does include actions that support both short-term and long-term positive environmental outcomes for us all. I fully appreciate there are associated costs. However, as the saying goes, it pays to spend some money now to save money down the road. I like my tax dollars going to this kind of thing. I strongly urge you to support voting the implementation of this resolution that further benefits us all in both the near and long-term future of our environment and that of Arvada. And as a side benefit, this can certainly serve as a talking point to promote our fine city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mindy Moore. Ms. Moore, is she here? Thought I saw her earlier. Oh, well, we'll go ahead and set her aside, but Next, we have Kristen Klipka.
Hi everyone, my name is Kristen Klipka and I am the current secretary of the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee. Behind me I have some of our other committee members and we also have some folks online. We're here tonight to urge council to vote in favor of the Climate and Sustainability Action Plan, also known as the CASUP, because this plan represents a major step forward in preserving and improving the quality of life in Arvada for generations ahead. The committee is particularly encouraged by the CASUP's comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to climate action by addressing greenhouse gas emissions and sustainability across key sectors, including buildings and energy, water conservation, land use and transportation, waste diversion, and economic development. The plan reflects the City Council's strategic plan priorities, including quality of life, local economy, physical systems, and technological systems, while maintaining a focus on equity across the community. Climate change is here, and we're seeing and feeling its impact now, which is why today is the best time to take decisive action. The CASUP represents a way for the city to take its future into its own hands so that we can face challenges head-on and foster outcomes that benefit the entire community. The plan provides a clear, actionable roadmap for educating the community, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, preparing for climate impacts, and advancing equitable and resilient outcomes for the community. ASAC strongly supports the goals outlined in this plan and stands ready to continue partnering with City Council and City staff to support its implementation, monitor progress, and adapt strategies over time. The time, research, expertise, and care that City staff, current and past ASAC members, the community, you all, and others have put into creating a thoughtful and feasible plan should be commended. The work gone into this plan has been immense, but now is the opportunity for the real work to begin. We all love this city, and now we invite council and the Arvada community to take part in building a future with cleaner air, a thriving economy, and protected natural areas and parks that healthier and happier community members get to enjoy. Thank you for your time, and once again, thank you to all of the community members and city staff who are already putting in the work to make a greener future for us all. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right. Next, we have Christy Harrison.
Good evening. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Christy Harrison. I'm a resident. I also live in the Candelas, like some of my neighbors who are here. I'm a mental health professional and a mom. And walking in, I could feel the smoke in my lungs today. Thinking about the effects that we're experiencing, very real right now. I know as a mental health professional that closing the gap between concerns and action is incredibly important for our sense of hopefulness and our well-being, and you all have the power to help close that gap. I'm also here as a member of the Candelas Sustainability Committee, and our committee did submit a letter of support in advance. I hope that you all have that. I also have copies here as well. And our committee strongly supports the adoption of this plan, and we know that affordability and direct benefits to residents are also a concern for this council. And we see the adoption of this plan as really aligned with the efforts that our committee is taking to not just prevent climate change, but also to really lower costs for our residents. We're preparing to invest monies from our own sustainability trust in areas like rooftop solar and EV infrastructure. And we really need the leadership and the standards from the city to be able to pave the way for the investments that private partners are prepared to make. And this is something that you can do as leaders, is to be able to lay out that framework so that innovation can happen, investments can happen, and this can really be truly, I believe, a smart money choice, not just the right thing to do ethically. So thank you for your consideration, and we hope you'll vote unanimously to support this plan.
Thank you. The names that I had sign up but did not wish to speak, firstly, is Mindy Moore here? Has she returned? All right, I don't see Mindy, but we had Mindy was in favor of the plan. We also have Molly Stanton, who supports the CASIP, Tyler Knapp, who supports the CASIPs, Catronia Callahan, who supports it, and Julie Callahan, who supports it. Is there anyone else in chambers at this time who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment. And Stephen, if you want to return on down, I will open it for council questions. Councilmember Davis, I see your light.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I find it very enlightening. So we met earlier this year, and there were quite a few goals that you had identified in the CASIP. And I asked then, how are you going to track those and really collect data on improvements? And I still have that question, because I think you said something like 400 and some odd identifiers, and I was thinking, holy moly, how are they going to, I'm hoping that it's going to be through something like interpretive dance. Ooh. But otherwise, I'm just wondering how you're going to share that with council and the public.
Sure. So just one quick correction. The 450 is the number of unique recommendations that we received. Let me clarify that we have a schema of about 150 metrics. They range wildly from, oh man, I'm so bad at recalling things offhand, but like tree canopy, number of installs of EV charging, things like that. Right? So I have a massive spreadsheet. I have a few massive spreadsheets, but one of them I'm going to be using to track those metrics on an annual basis. I've been working on identifying the right staff. This is a very interdepartmental approach, but it's going to involve a lot of data collection from staff across departments, and just kind of getting the information together. And you may recall we've also discussed the annual reporting process that we're committing to, and that's going to involve reporting on how the actions and successes that we've had, or occasionally maybe not successes, right, on some of the action plans that we generate. We'll be generating action plans on an annual basis that address various goals and strategies, have metrics attached with each one of those action plans. And so in your annual report, you can expect to have a digest of where we took action and what the results were. And then I think, what was the second half of your question again? Or did I get it?
I think you got it. And I just had one more, which was linking the CASIP to like the land development code. I know that's a future thing, but I'm curious about how that's going to work so that we can make some substantive changes when we're doing things like parking lots and whatnot.
Absolutely. I will say there are a number of strategies. If I had to hazard a guess, between maybe like 5 and 10 of the strategies that we've named involve updates or synchronization with the land development code. And I would say that process of vetting with staff was really how we tried to make sure that there was good alignment, not just with the land development code, but also with the engineering specs and standards, with the comprehensive plan. Is it perfect? Probably not, but we've done the best that we can to make sure that all these documents do align, and several of the strategies involve making updates where they're needed. Yeah. I do have to say, unfortunately, no interpretive dance in the plan currently. We can work on that for next year. Ooh.
Awesome. Councilmember Davis, was that all your questions? Yeah. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the Sustainability Advisory Committee and staff and previous councils, all the past and present, for the work on this. Your time and energy and dedication are deeply appreciated. My question, the economic model for sustainability section mentions that having an active sustainability program helps qualify the city for grants, partnerships, and technical assistance, because many people want to see we have that adopted plan first. Basically, just can you tell me more? What new partnerships or grant opportunities or assistance might become available once this is adopted? And then to Mr. Archer, how does this fit into our long-term funding model, and kind of what level of ongoing investment do you anticipate? Basically, how much is this going to cost, or how much can we expect it to maybe cost?
Sure. Complicated numbers. I don't have all the answers for you today on that. There's Mr. Archer pointed out to me the sustainability budget on its own comprises less than, it's a fraction of a percentage of the general fund. So it is a relatively low-cost program when you look at the larger portfolio of activities that we do here at the city, which could be room to grow. But let me answer the first half of your question as well with maybe a couple examples. So there's an organization called Colorado Communities for Climate Action, is a great example of one of the coalitions. It's a group that does advocacy policy at the federal and state level, and allows local governments to have a more unified voice in approaching those larger entities, right? That's an example of one of the organizations that has a requirement for their membership to have an active climate sustainability plan of whatever flavor that is, right? There are others as well, but that's probably one of the better examples. And then I can say, generally speaking, not all sustainability grants require this, but a lot of them do. For example, in January, Mayor Simpson actually shared a Bloomberg Philanthropies grant that would have enabled us to seek up to $50,000 to mobilize a youth climate program, making sure that young people have a voice in the actions that the city takes. Unfortunately, we had to pass on that opportunity because one of the requirements was an active sustainability plan.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My other one is, we've got quite a few, so I'll just pick two, so I'm not taking up too much. The Collaboration for Sustainable Outcomes section emphasizes partnerships throughout the community. How do you envision working with our boards and commissions, neighborhood leaders networks, and community organizations to help implement this plan?
I think that's a huge opportunity. As myself, I once served on a sustainability commission back in my hometown. I can tell you just how much power comes from the community voice, particularly around this type of work. As you saw tonight, our Sustainability Advisory Committee is very active. They are ready, well-networked, and they are eager to help us in implementing this plan. I think there's also a lot of opportunity for networking with the other committees and boards here at Arvada, because sustainability is really something that's kind of an umbrella approach. It's a systems approach, right? And so we really do need to engage kind of all parts of the organization in order to do that. And particularly where it comes to the community-wide GHG footprint, we've committed with the CASIP to really focusing on the city's footprint first, right? And there should be a point in the future where we pivot and focus more on community initiatives, but for the time being, as we're really trying to lead by example and demonstrate that sustainability is realistic and doable, we're staying focused on that initial footprint with the intent to make as many community partnerships as we can to drive action in the community. I think I answered your question.
Yes, thank you for the clarifications.
Absolutely.
Did you have additional questions? You can ask them.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I have quite a few. Okay, let's see. The Where We're Going section describes the phased implementation process with annual action plans and progress updates. What are the first priorities? It sounds like the limiting our gas emissions would be, but maybe the one after that. And how will those priorities be selected, as we saw quite a few of them? And what should council expect to see in those updates so we can measure our progress?
Yeah, so I've heard climate change referred to as a slow-moving emergency, right? And to that point, we're going to have to keep greenhouse gas emissions reductions as our guiding kind of North Star, as one of our really primary goals that we try to accomplish here. However, we've also implemented a potential impact scoring system in the CASIP. We had multiple members of ASAC help with that scoring, as well as multiple members of staff go through and score all of the key priorities, which are those 28 kind of guiding principles behind the CASIP. And that yielded a top 10 list, which I'm kicking myself. I should have put it in my slide deck, but that has helped us to identify 10 potentially high impact strategies. Now in the future, well, let me say currently, like realistically, we have a lot of actions already in progress because Arvada has been acting on sustainability at the department level. And in this first year in particular, I really want to stay focused as much as possible on work that's already in action, and then bring in a reasonable amount of those additional key priorities for this first year. In the future, I think there's a lot of opportunity to kind of consider 4 buckets of how we might prioritize future actions. And one, the potential impact scoring. Just kind of making sure that we're always focusing on the high impact opportunities. 2, working with the Sustainability Committee. Again, very well tapped into the community, very aware of what's going on, and can be great advisors on helping make sure that we're pointed in a productive direction. 3, I would say direction from council. I'm very open to hearing and acting on the priorities that you all identify for us, and making sure that those stay in the forefront as well. And then the other bucket, did I say existing programs already? Important to make sure that we're not dropping the ball on things, right? The one caveat that I'll share is just at the moment, you're looking at the entire sustainability office, so I'm a little bit capacity limited at the moment. But as we grow the program and seek additional opportunities, I really hope to bring in more of those priorities. I spoke a little bit about the annual reporting plan. Did you have additional questions on that?
No, I think you clarified it.
Okay.
And now that you mentioned that, I do recall seeing how you had listed the priorities, and thank you for the paper copy, some light reading with coffee this weekend.
Absolutely.
To go over that again. And my last one is, as the liaison to the Business Improvement District, I've kept them informed throughout the process and kind of mentioned, hey, we might be reaching out to them. What are some of the first most practical opportunities for businesses to participate in sustainability efforts without them creating significant additional costs or impacting their overhead? Kind of what can they do now?
Yeah, so there's a section of the plan, as you're aware, the Sustainable Economy section contains some actions and strategies that involve our local business community. I don't want to, obfuscate, there is a cost to implementing sustainability, right? A lot of times those investments that you make will pay out in dividends over time. A lot of times sustainability can save you money or be cost neutral, but not always. A lot of times there is a cost as well. But I think that I've been in touch with the chamber, and I'll maybe talk about something that we spoke about, was developing a green business toolkit. Creating a resource guide with voluntary actions that local businesses that care about sustainability and want to be a part of the solution can choose to adopt the practices that make sense for their business. One thing that the CASIP absolutely is not is it's not a mandate. It doesn't tell any business what they are and aren't allowed to do. We may support policies along the way that do that, but as a guiding document, it's about finding opportunities and finding ideally win-win scenarios.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just quickly, can you I think I just want to help highlight for the public, because there's always a fear of it being a mandate or something like that, or that we have to do this. Can you just sort of go through from a top line level how it's a guiding document and how we would implement the suggestions into city programming rather than, sort of by fiat on our departments?
Absolutely. I'm gonna bring up one of my appendix slides here. I invite anyone from the public to give this a glance as I'm chatting, but it was really important to me that the CASIPs start where we have the most opportunity. And creating a bunch of political opposition is not is not the right way to do that, right? So I've really sought to prioritize opportunities for, again, win-wins. And I meant to check this because someone asked me about this recently, but I do not recall a single mandate in the CASIP at all, other than just telling the city, let's do this. I apologize, am I missing part of your question?
No, I think it's more, how does this work across different departments?
Yeah. So actually, one of the cool things is a lot of this work is already happening at department level. And we're really seeking opportunities to act on what we're already doing and maybe take it a step further with the CASIP, see how a central sustainability program can support other departments. And I think like a good example is with the building codes, getting the $900,000 building policy collaborative grant, seeking ways that we can support departments in delivering on sustainability for our residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the hard work. I know it takes a team and a village to put something like this together. So I wanted to build on the mayor's comments, because this is something that I've thought about a lot too, as 3 years of development. And I was really pleased to see one of the 5 weighted criteria for any of these things to be any of the recommended. I'm trying to think of these categories, like
the potential impact scores?
Thank you. Yes, you got potential impact scores. One of them is cost and efficiency.
Yeah.
And to me, that's everything. Because I think what can happen, we, like it or not, we are talking about something that can be very political. Not everybody agrees. I think that there's sound science that says this is where we ought to be going.
Right.
I think it's also valid that people don't all agree on exactly what that means. I think it is hard to imagine that humans aren't having any effect on the earth. I think we can all come into that tent. I think the other components of it may be challenging. But when I see cost and efficiency as a key metric here, I really think what we're looking at is best practices.
Sure.
And I'd like to ask, I'm curious if you feel this way. If we were to live in a land of make-believe where there was no climate change at all, any version of it, would you still consider these best practices?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so much of what's in here is exactly that. It's just best practices. And you yourself have made the point that the action in this plan benefits everyone, whether you believe in climate change or not. We all benefit from a more sustainable community. Interestingly, cost and efficiency was actually one of the higher scored metrics in our decision matrix. So it's important to our residents as well. I don't want to shy away from there are costs associated with sustainability, but again, there are trade-offs and there are dividends, and it pays back over time. There was another point I wanted to make. It's escaping me. Did I answer your question?
Yes. No, this is great. We're kind of riffing right now, and I love that because I agree with you. I think what we're looking at is best practices that are valid wherever you are on the spectrum of our impact as a species on the planet. And I think, and I would invite my fellow residents to really look at this plan and look at not just where I say we've got cost and efficiency as a major criterion, but look throughout the document. It's a roadmap for various departments. The city is very complex and we have a lot of goals. And this is a document that can be referred to for any of those actions.
Absolutely.
And I think, it's good to still have conversations about what's going on globally, but these are all things that will impact us locally.
Yeah.
And I think in a positive way. So I just wanted to make that comment and get your opinion on the best practices. So thank you for your hard work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Ambrose.
Thank you, Your Honor. My question is on the fiscal impact. Can you give us an overview of how you plan to work with the city? Because one thing I would think is if there is a grant you win that saves the city money, could you set aside that money to then use for a future climate project? Or what are some of those financial sort of conversations you've been having with the city about how to implement?
Yeah, that's a great question. So certainly grants have the potential to do that, right? And I've used the phrase opportunistic before, describing a potential approach to grant funding. Usually, as you know, grants are very purpose-driven. This is what we're doing with this money, and that's how we get awarded the award. But certainly, bringing in money to the sustainability program, I can dedicate to one piece of the program, does allow me to use, if I had previously, budgeted program expenses, if there, is an applicable alternative spend that still fits under that category, because we're not going to displace funds and be irresponsible with our funds. But if there's a way that I can repurpose funding, absolutely, that's a win. That's a way to kind of double up our impact.
Yeah, I would encourage when you talk to the city, if there are things because of this plan, the city overall is saving funding, can we continue down that path towards things that are a big investment now but could save us a lot in the future? Maybe that could be one of the ways that we think about how do we afford some of the more expensive transitions or sustainability things. And then the other resource I wanted to ask is staff time. How are you imagining working with city departments to figure out, do people actually have time to plant a bunch of trees this year, or do they have time to do establish the business partnerships this year for whatever reason? How are those decisions being made? Is it through the matrix is how you prioritize it, or how is that going?
No, I think it's kind of individual program design, right? And when we produce the action plans, staff resource and capacity is going to be a key consideration. You made the point earlier of making investments today to save money in the future, and that's absolutely a part of it. And the same can be can apply to staff too. When I am seeking additional funding for this program, intend very much to look at building staff capacity. And I referenced earlier the Building Policy Collaborative grant that we received is actually bringing in 2 additional staff, contractors, but folks who can help to provide resources, and time being the most valuable resource. And it can be a limiting factor as well. I know there are some departments that are, really operating at 100% capacity, 110% capacity in all honesty, right? And there's a negotiation that needs to happen, and we need to see how can the sustainability program provide additional capacity? How can we maybe help take some of the planning burden off of a department so that they can focus on implementation, for example.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open it to council comments and Mayor Pro Tem Moorman has reserved the motion as well.
Do you want me to make the motion?
Well, if there's any debate, so open it to council debate, and then we'll have the motion, if there is any debate.
Do the motion first.
No, remember, we were working it out, so we were going to do debate, and then a motion, and then comments on the motion.
Okay.
But I see no lights for a debate. So this is how the sausage gets made, everybody. So, all right, you may make the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been waiting all night for this. I enthusiastically move that R26-050, a resolution to adopt the City of Arvada's Climate and Sustainability Action Plan, be approved. And now may I make a comment?
All yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Steve. I want to recognize all the work that you and the team have put into this, and it really shows. This is a very well thought out and very comprehensive plan, so I'm very excited to get going and start implementing it.
Same.
But I know, the background behind this maybe more than most council members, working with ASAC on this that led us to today. And you personally came into this project in the middle and have done an amazing job bringing it across the finish line. So first, thank you very much for that. And I really want to recognize the work that you've done with the city departments. I think you and I had a conversation early on about how this cannot be a plan that just sits in one person's responsibility or in one department. In order for this to be an effective plan that's going to have any impact, it has to be citywide. We have to have buy-in from all departments. And you have really impressed me in the work that you have done to lay that foundation. So thank you to that, and thank you to the city manager and really prioritizing this for our city. So I really want to call that out. And again, for all the departments that have been engaged and have been working on this, and really showing that they are invested and have a buy-in into it. So I think that's extremely important. And also, you've also done a great job of incorporating the public comment that you received. I would say very painstakingly. It's been a long haul, but well worth it. And I think, again, this plan really shows all of that public input that we have gathered to this point. And I think we can truly say this is a community plan. Yeah. So thank you for making that investment as well. 4 years ago when I made the decision to run for public office, our summer was quite similar to the summer we're having right now. And I remember talking about the impact that the climate is having on the air that we're breathing right now, as we are all experiencing, and the limitations that it puts on our youth, for example, to be able to go play soccer, or people that have health conditions that they just cannot go outside. And it really impacts our quality of life, but it also impacts our economy, and impacts our ability to do the things that we do as a community. And so I just want to call that up because we've heard some great testimony from residents over the past couple of weeks leading up to tonight, and one of them sticks in my head in that a father came and talked about how he and his daughter would go every year. They moved to Colorado to ski, and they had a place that they loved to ski and went to their favorite place every year, and now they can no longer ski in that place because there is no snow. So this is having a tremendous impact. And, colleagues, I'll say this, and I truly believe this, but I think the action that we are taking today and what this plan lays out is probably one of the most important actions we will take as a council. And I truly believe that. Because the time for debate is over. The scientific evidence, as you have stated, Steve, is overwhelming, and inaction is just no longer an option. And I think we often talk about at the city about our core responsibilities. So think about public safety, infrastructure, utilities, public works, economic development, vibrant communities and neighbors. I'm sure I've missed something, but all of those core responsibilities are so impacted by what is happening with climate change. I've heard, time and time again, people spoke tonight about how the investments we make now are going to pay off. And we have to make those investments because all those core responsibilities are going to get that much more expensive and are going to have that much greater impact if we do nothing. And so I am, quite moved that we are making this decision now, and we are, joining our fellow neighboring communities, our counties that have come up with climate action plans. And you already spoke to the important role of us taking this action so we can be part of greater efforts, whether it's at the state or national level. And Councilmember Lovison, asked about the funding piece and how important that is to have this plan so we can get more of those resources to take these actions. So I hope that we take this to heart today, and the voices that we've heard, especially the youth that have come, because this is their future. And so much we talk about what's going to happen in the future. Well, it's happening now as well. It's impacting our lives now, but it's also impacting our future residents and our future businesses. And so the actions that we are taking today with this plan and getting it off the ground is going to have significant returns and benefits to this community so that we can continue to be proud of Arvada and call it our home, and that future people moving here can call it a safe place that has those resiliency factors built in to protect us and to help us to continue to be part of other communities that are taking similar action. So again, I'll just finish by saying thank you. Thank you to the staff and the leadership, and I really look forward to its implementation.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who worked on the Sustainability Action Plan. This is exciting because we are one of the last entities to adopt such a plan. I will be voting yes, but I have to say that I am holding my breath a little bit. We have fires raging across the state, and no matter what we do, it's not going to really, what are our incremental changes going to do to affect that? I've lived in this state since 1981, the first time in the 70s, when my father was stationed in Colorado Springs. So I've seen feast or famine in terms of climate without all the growth that we have experienced in the past 40 years. And so I'm hopeful that our action plan will make some substantive changes. Again, I'm hopeful. That's why I'm really leaning on your reporting at the end of the day to see the data, to make sure that we've moved that needle. And as a group, and we will see this in DRCOG through the Regional Air Quality Council, that we've moved the needle substantively into the future. But yeah, I'm very excited that we are moving in this direction, and I look forward to our future being a part of the fabric of the Front Range.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be as brief as I can. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I can honestly say this is the best version of the document that I have had the opportunity to read. I think it's continuously gotten better, and I think the time we spent on it has been well worth the effort. So yeah, I will be supporting it as well. I also wanted to just call a quick attention to the full circle moment that we're having here with our colleague, Mr. Randy Moorman. I know that he started his foray into participation in local politics with the Sustainability Committee. He ran for office, he won, he advocated for sustainable practices on council, and here we are adopting a plan. So I think it's important to acknowledge that, and we're all lucky to have him. We're lucky to have you, and we're lucky to have the staff working on stuff like this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. Like was said, the present is what we can control. So I will be voting yes on this. And I appreciate that the plan recognizes sustainability as a community effort. I'd really love to see it become an opportunity for collaboration across the volunteers within the city. As previously with Festivals Commission, for too long I've seen our boards and commissions working in separate buckets, and I think we're stronger when we're together, as many smart people have said. And this is a great opportunity to come together. So it can be the ship we can all jump on board.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, in the interest of brevity, I'll do the classic ditto. All what they said. So with that, all votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much for all your hard work. We don't usually applaud, but this one deserves it, so congratulations. All right, with that, we have first reading. Mayor Pro Tem Moorman. Right there. I moved that.
I move that CB 26-021, an ordinance approving the renewal of a non-exclusive franchise agreement for the use of city rights-of-ways with Comcast of California, Colorado, Florida, Oregon Incorporated, and CB 26-022, an ordinance annexing certain land into the city of Arvada, Revival Industry, a 5.3980 acre parcel of land approximately located south of State Highway 72, east of 15350 State Highway 72 in the city of Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado. And CB 26-023, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the city of Arvada, Revival Industrial, from Jefferson County SR2 to city of Arvada MXS, mixed-use suburban, and amending the official zoning maps of the city of Arvada, Colorado, a 5.3980 acre parcel of land approximately located south of State Highway 72, east of 15350 State Highway 72, and CB 26-024, an ordinance approving a conditional use permit for Revival Industrial, a 5.3980 acre parcel of land located approximately south of State Highway 72, east of 15350 State Highway 72, be published in whole for a public hearing to be set for July 21st, 2026 at 6:15 p.m.
Okay, full council will cast their votes. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. With that, we always call a break right around 8 o'clock, and I want to give us opportunity for time we need for future items. So I'm going to go ahead and call a break. 5 to 7 minutes, everybody. Stretch your legs, grab some water. We'll reconvene. I'll go ahead and request that folks start taking their seats. We'll get kicking off here in just a second. All right, all right. I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order. Councilman, so the next item on this evening's agenda, sorry, using my own brain here, is we have an other, and that is going to be council consideration of whether or not to make a motion to reconsider the April 21st, 2026 decision regarding CV 26-008, an ordinance approving a conditional use permit for Avalon Arvada for a project known as Welby Gardens, approximately located at 17201 West 64th Avenue. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, thank you. I would like to recuse myself from this matter.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
I'll make the motion to recuse Councilmember Davis from the next discussion.
All right. All votes are cast. That passes 6-0. Councilmember Davis, you are recused. We'll see you soon. All right, so this is going to be the opportunity for public comment on this item. Now, one thing before I turn it over to Ms. Morris to explain in technical terms what we're doing this evening, this is simply a motion of whether or not we would like to reopen this item to hear again. I want to be clear, we are not rehearing this project tonight. So please keep that in mind when you come up to talk to us. All right, Ms. Morris.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as you had mentioned, tonight we're addressing a very, very preliminary issue. So not only are we not having an evidentiary hearing tonight, this is like a procedural matter to any sort of evidentiary hearing. So as council will recall, on April 21st of this year, you held a public hearing on this particular project, deciding whether or not to approve a conditional use permit related to the project, and deciding what you received a lot of evidence, a lot of testimony related to that project, and you made a decision that night about whether or not the project fulfilled the criteria that were applicable to that conditional use permit. And what you decided that night was that the project did not fulfill those criteria, and 3 of you voted that way. So it was Mayor Simpson, Councilmember Levison, and Councilmember Pfeiffer decided the criteria were not met and therefore voted no on the motion. And then we had Councilmember Ambrose, Councilmember Griffith, and Mayor Pro Tem Moorman vote yes. Because that is a tie, under our charter, that is the motion fails. So that is what happened on April 21st. Since that vote, the applicant has twice requested that council reconsider their decision. And that they have specifically requested reconsideration under City Council Rule of Procedure for subsection L. In order for that to occur tonight, a council member on the prevailing side of that vote, which would be Mayor Simpson, Councilmember Levison, or Councilmember Pfeiffer, must make a motion to reconsider before the council can ever even start a discussion about whether or not and how they might vote on a motion to reconsider. So before we get started with that, though, I want to do a little bit more of a detailed description of the procedure that's applicable to this, because this is a really unusual situation, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page and we understand why we're at the point that we are right now. To be clear, once council votes on an ordinance and that motion fails, council's not required to take additional action at that point in time. You can maintain the status quo. But I think it's very important, and I know council shares this, it's very important to be transparent with the community and with the applicant to at least have some sort of public process where council has the opportunity to hear out members of the public, to hear out, to allow people to have their say, to receive written comment and all of that, and to kind of make sure that the public understands whether or not council is willing to reconsider this matter. So backing up a little bit, there are numerous ways that an application or a project can come back before council. So I know that, there may not everyone might be familiar with this, so I wanted to make sure that I go over some of this just to kind of educate the public on this. When a particular property is looking at being developed, whether that's a property owner or a prospective property owner, if they come before council and council votes no on that particular request that they're making, that doesn't necessarily mean that that project in some form or fashion might not be back in front of council at a later date. And there are a lot of procedural mechanisms that can make this happen. So what we're talking about tonight is a motion for reconsideration under City Council Rule of Procedure 4L. However, that's not the only way that it could happen. The applicant could file a new but substantially similar application less than 12 months after denial of the original application and request that City Council waive a minimal interval requirement for good cause shown. So that's a possibility. The applicant could file a new but substantially similar application more than 12 months after the denial of the original application, and then that would go through our process. The applicant could file a successive application that is not substantially similar to the original application, and that could go through the process and be heard before council. The applicant could file an appeal of the council's decision under City Council Rule of, or not City Council, under Colorado Rule of Procedure 106A4. And I want to be clear here, I am totally confident that the council made a decision that I can defend in court. But there may be a judge out there who disagrees with me. If a judge did disagree with me, one of the potential outcomes is that that judge might send the whole thing back in front of council again. So there are many, many ways that this could happen. This is one of those ways. So to give you a little bit more detail about what we're talking about tonight under City Council Rule of Procedure 4L, that rule states broadly that any action taken by council can be reconsidered, and that includes the denial of a land use application. A successful motion for reconsideration doesn't guarantee a different outcome. In other words, if someone were to make a motion tonight and council were to vote to reconsider, that doesn't mean that you wouldn't vote the exact same way if it came back in front of you. We're not looking at the evidence tonight. As I mentioned previously, the only council members that can make this motion are Mayor Simpson, Councilmember Levison, and Councilmember Pfeiffer. If the three of you, any of the three of you choose, if none of you choose to make that motion, there is nothing for the council to debate or vote on tonight. If you made the motion, if one of you made the motion, you would have to move to set aside the rules because we're doing this at a meeting that is after the meeting where your original vote occurred. And so there are a few other things that are required if it's a land use matter, which this is. If a motion were made tonight and if council voted affirmatively on that motion to reconsider, we would have to redo notice because we want to make sure that everybody in the community understands that this would be coming back for an evidentiary hearing. We cannot do that the evidentiary hearing tonight. That is prohibited by our rules. We can reopen the public hearing if there's new evidence or information, but what we're looking at is the same application as what council was considering before. Also, we would be trying to provide written notification to prior witnesses. So that is the procedure that we're looking at tonight. I wanted to, before council begins their thought process or have any questions, I wanted to address two different procedural issues that have been raised at various points during this process. You as a council have heard a lot of information since April 21st. You've received a lot of written communication from the applicant, from members of the community. You've received public comment at various other meetings from the applicant and from members of the community. You can consider all of that. But one of the things that was raised by the applicant as a technical issue is that, and this is part of their letter, they're saying that denying a motion to approve an application is not the equivalent of a motion to deny the application. I disagree with that. There is a section of our city charter, which is like our city constitution, that says that any ordinance that is in front of council requires 4 votes in order to pass. And there is no case law and there are no rules under Robert's Rules of Procedure that I am aware of, and the applicant has pointed out none, that would require us to redo a motion and making that a motion to deny the application and then having council vote on that. There is nothing that would require council to do that. There's no reason to reopen the matter solely to make a motion to deny the application and then have council vote. I also wanted to say and wanted to make sure I said for the record that I think council's intent on April 21st was pretty clear. It was that the criteria were not met, and if the criteria are not met, the application cannot move forward. And to me, that is the equivalent of a denial, and that was pretty clear on the record. The other thing that I wanted to address with council from a procedural perspective is that we have had some indication to us as a city that the proposal that the applicant is making now is the equivalent of a new but substantially similar application, and that the city council rules cannot skip that minimum interval requirement required under the Land Development Code and rehear it. I would also disagree with that. So I have spent an unfortunate number of hours litigating this issue, so I am very familiar, painfully familiar, with this procedural issue. When we drafted the version of the Land Development Code that we have now, we considered this very issue. And the distinction can be most easily explained this way. Under the City Council Rules of Procedure, what the applicant is asking for is to revive the application that the council previously voted on. So it's not a new application. It's the same application on which council could choose to receive new information. So if the applicant were to file a new application with the city, then the Land Development Code applies. But we were very careful to make that distinction when we wrote the new Land Development Code. That being said, I do understand why having those 2 requirements in 2 different places could be confusing. So we are working as a city team to try to combine that and put that into the same section of the Land Development Code so that people don't have to go to 2 different places to figure out what happens. So with that, I hand it over to council for your discussion if you want and determining whether or not there's anyone willing to make that motion.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have signups for public comment, and I wanted to give everybody the opportunity to speak to us, your elected officials, in order to be able to, well, really, I'm going to be honest, you're talking to 3 of us here. These 3 don't have much to do on this one. And so, respectfully, guys, and so you're talking to the 3 of us about what you think we should do. Again, now it's your minute, it's your time. You may say whatever you want to say, but I do want to reiterate, this is simply about whether or not one of the 3 of us will make a motion. It is not about the site plan, it is not about the project, it is not about any of that stuff. So one of our duties as elected officials is to keep our judgments based on the criteria before us. Our criteria tonight is, does one of us want to make a new motion? Yes or no? That's it. So with that, we're going to kick it off with Robert Slay.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Robert Slay. I live right by Arvada West High School, and I'm here in support of Avalon Bay's request to submit additional information on their development. On April 21st, this council heard 9 hours of testimony on the Welby Gardens conditional use permit. The vote was 3-3. That tie didn't resolve the merits, it left them open. Avalon Bay came back on May 5th with a clear, reasonable ask. Let us answer your questions with data. A retail feasibility study, a comparative traffic analysis, coordination with Morningstar on access. Direct responses to the specific concerns council raised. Please let them bring those answers back. Now I want to talk just a moment about who wasn't in the room April 21st. The hearing ran till 2:57 in the morning. The people who showed up organized, coordinated, and prepared to speak against this project, they were here. They have the time, the resources, and the neighborhood associations to make that happen. But the teacher who commutes 40 minutes each way from Lakewood because she can't afford to live near the school where she works, she wasn't here. She had to be up at 6. The young couple who both work in Arvada, who drove past that vacant lot on 64th Avenue and thought, maybe someday, they weren't here either. They didn't know there was a hearing. Nobody organized them. The nurse, the electrician, the restaurant manager, the people who make this city run every single day and then drive back out because there's nowhere here they can afford to live, they weren't in these chambers at 2:57 in the morning. Your own data tells this story. 62% of people who work in Arvada tried to find a place to live here and couldn't. Not one single industry in this city pays enough on average to afford the median home price. The Chamber of Commerce, the voice of Arvada's employers, endorsed this project because they cannot recruit and retain workers who can't afford to live here. The people who would live in this building don't have a seat at the table yet. They can't speak up for housing that doesn't exist. That's exactly why this council's decision matters so much. You are making a choice not just for the people in this room, but for the people who couldn't be. Please support Avalon Bay's request to bring back the data, schedule a new hearing or whatever it's going to be called if it happens, and give this project the full and fair consideration it deserves with balanced community input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Christian Grassi. Grace, I apologize for misspelling or mispronouncing. After Kristen, there will be Robert Miller, then Ed Tyrell.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kristen Gerace, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Gerace family. We have been honored to be the owners and operators of Welby Gardens since 1948. We are here tonight with a very limited request. We are not asking the council to approve the Welby Gardens redevelopment application this evening. We are simply asking for an opportunity for a reconsideration following all applicable Arvada code requirements. From what we heard during council's discussions, several members expressed concerns that additional information would have been helpful in evaluating the application. Since the hearing, the applicant has gathered information that directly addresses those concerns, and we are simply asking that the public hearing be reopened so council has the opportunity to consider it before making the final decision. Additionally, we believe that we as owners have a great deal of information to share and provide. We operated retail on that site, we operated single-use industrial in the same mixed-use site, and have lived through the experience with all the changes from the Morning Star was developed. We believe those concerns should be addressed, not because they guarantee a different outcome, but because decisions of this importance should be based on the most complete information available. Again, we respectfully ask that council consider the requested additional information in an open and transparent forum. Whether the final decision ultimately changes or remains the same, we believe both the applicant and the community deserve the confidence of knowing that every relevant fact was considered before that decision was made. For these reasons, we respectfully ask that council reopen the public hearing, allow this additional information into the record, and then deliberate with the benefit of a complete record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council people. My name is Robert Miller. I am a senior principal at Studio PBA, the architect for the project under consideration. We are a Denver-based architecture firm started in 1978. We have developed high-quality multifamily projects throughout the Denver metro area since that time. We have seamlessly integrated our apartment communities into areas such as Westminster, Thornton, Talon's Reach in Aurora, and even Parker. Oftentimes turning blighted and outdated industrial sites into new homes that have enhanced their communities. Apartments fill a vital community need. From giving children that have left their home a way to stay in the community that they grew up in, to empty nesters seeking a way to stay near their friends, their trails, and their community. Apartment homes fill the missing middle. Homes for folks just starting their journey, newlyweds before they have begun their family, and in my case, we did not move out until we had our second child. They are an important part of building community in every community. Our apartment homes provide affordable and maintenance-free housing for both new residents searching for their forever community, as well as for lifelong community members who are starting a new chapter in their lives. Our apartment homes provide those with mobility issues or other challenges a way to live independently within their community, oftentimes near their family and friends. Our apartment homes fill a deep and vital role in building and sustaining community. They use significantly less water per year than single-family homes. Our apartment homes are new construction that require the latest in sustainable design, dramatically reducing carbon emissions and energy usage. Our apartment homes increase public transportation demand and viability. Avalon Bay is dedicated to being a long-term member of this community and will build and maintain a well-designed apartment community that is appropriate and integrated into its neighborhood. If you vote to reconsider, you will have the opportunity to improve a vital addition to improving and sustaining your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ed Terrell or Tynell. After Ed, we will have Elena Weichner, Alyssa Shanks, and Deb Pierce.
I'm a little confused because this was not supposed to be a rehearing.
This is not a rehearing.
But it sounds like it.
No, I know, which is why I was really strict about what kind of comments we were going to be able to
Okay, but that was
consider.
just an argument for Avalon's.
It's his 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll skip some of it. There are two issues that should have been brought forth. Some of them were the primary one that wasn't mentioned, I don't think, and I tried to stay at the meeting last time, so I want to make the point here, because otherwise, based on this application, you can apply and apply and apply, and so it wears out people who are opposed. One of the biggest problems with this project is fire protection and safety. Sunrise Ridge, across the way, has twice the acreage and fewer residents. We have 408 people, residences, 435 you have. That we have 5 exits, 1 in each direction, 2 to the south. These multiple exits allow residents reasonable options for safe egress in case of fire. Avalon, on the other hand, has 1 exit for upwards of an estimated 1,000 residents and perhaps 600 cars. This design can best be described as a trap for residents in a case of emergency. And to offer Morningstar's parking lot as an emergency relief escapes common sense to anyone who's either seen it or used it. To the west of Avalon Project, 2 fields, one for frisbee golf, one for dogs. They're filled with fuel for major wildfire, a threat that continues to grow throughout our state. Yet the fire department and the developer have no qualms about a project design which ignores this growing threat, almost mocking its inevitability. Current residents in the area have already had many power shutoffs for fear of fires, but the developer did mention this and continues with the idea of putting an inappropriate perimeter-type construction internal to homes. If this project advances, you are ethically and morally obligated to warn buyers that they will be living in a development that provides little safety in an area with a heightened risk of experiencing wildfire. Plus, if they have insurance or try to get insurance at all, it will be very, very high. Common sense should have stopped this project in its early stages. If it continues in any form other than real comparability to nearby homes, it will exist as a major blunder for the city and for those who treasure logic and common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elena Weicker. Weicker? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and all of the council. First, I'd like to thank every single one of you. On April 22nd, you devoted nearly 8 hours of your time to the Avalon application. You listened to the staff, the applicant, experts, and dozens of residents, and you asked difficult questions. You deliberated carefully, and you reached a decision based on the record before you. Thank you. This was after multiple community meetings made to address community concerns and gather information to make a complete application. And whether people agreed with that decision or not, everyone witnessed a fair, thoughtful, and thorough process. Tonight, however, you're not being asked to decide Avalon. You already did that. Tonight, you're being asked something much more narrow. Should the council make a motion to reopen a completed quasi-judicial decision? This should be an extraordinary remedy, because if consideration becomes routine, whenever an applicant believes it has another study, another expert, another argument, then no land use decision is ever truly final. Every denial becomes only the first round, and this is not fair. It's not fair to applicants, it's not fair to the neighborhoods, it's not fair to the 7 of you who devote so much time and care to making these difficult decisions. So the question tonight before you is simple. What has happened since April 21st that justifies making a motion to reopen the case? Has there been a new proposal? No. Has there been a material redesign? No. Has there been a change in the governing law? Still no. Instead, the applicant asks for another opportunity to persuade you to reach a different conclusion on essentially the same project. And respectfully, that's not what reconsideration is for. If Avalon believes it can develop a materially different proposal that addresses the concerns this council clearly expressed on April 21st, there's an established process for bringing that proposal forward. But that's not the request before you tonight. Tonight's request is to make a motion to reopen a completed decision. That's an extraordinary remedy. It should require an extraordinary justification. And respectfully, that justification has not been shown. I ask you to please respect the process you already followed, respect the deliberation you already conducted, and respect the decision you reached. And please vote no on a motion for reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alyssa Shanks.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Elisa Shanks, and I am a resident of Trail Village Villas. No worries, happens every day. I am going to do something a little unusual tonight. I am not going to ask you to adopt my opinion. I'm simply going to remind you of your own. After the April 21st Avalon hearing, I went back and carefully reread the transcript of your deliberations. What struck me was not the vote. It was the discussion. When I read your words, I didn't see a council asking for another traffic study. I didn't hear council saying, bring back another engineering report. Instead, I heard council asking whether this proposal itself met the standards for approval. Councilmember Levison questioned whether the proposal was consistent with the comprehensive plan, whether it was compatible with surrounding neighborhoods, and whether this high level of density belonged in this location. Councilmember Pfeiffer spoke about emergency access, evacuation, and the limitations of the surrounding road network. Mayor Simpson returned again and again to one question: does this proposal fulfill the purpose and intent of the MXS zoning district? You questioned why this property had been intentionally zoned MXS if the expectation was simply to place another large apartment development. Those weren't questions about missing paperwork. They were questions about the proposal itself, and that distinction truly matters. Tonight, you're not being presented with a materially different proposal. You're being asked to reconsider the same proposal. I'm not asking you to remember my concerns. I am only asking you to remember yours. The questions you asked on April 21st deserve answers. Those questions formed the basis of your deliberation and led to your decision. Nothing presented tonight changes the questions you asked or the concerns that you voiced. I respectfully ask you not to propose a motion to reevaluate this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deb Pierce.
Mayor Simpson, council members, my name is Deb Pierce. I moved to Arvada in 1989, and I was fortunate to raise my children in a community that prioritized access to open space, trails, and parks. I now live in Trail Village Villas. Avalon argues There are 3 reasons this application deserves your reconsideration. Respectfully, none of them change the reasons this council denied the project. First, the missing support letters. The city has acknowledged that 2 letters were inadvertently omitted from the packet. One was from the Chamber of Commerce, the other from an individual resident. Every public comment matters, and those letters should have been included. But neither letters address the substantive reasons this project was denied. They do not resolve the access deficiencies. They do not address compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods. They do not change the requirements of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. The Chamber had the opportunity to present its position publicly during the hearing, so Council did hear those views before voting. Second, Avalon again argues that Arvada has approved residential-focused projects within an MXS districts. Council already considered that argument. The examples Avalon relies upon are not comparable. They involve specialized affordable housing, senior housing, transit-oriented redevelopment, urban center locations, or projects at a substantially smaller scale. None involve placing approximately 435 residential units on 20 acres along the western edge of Arvada, with no integrated commercial uses and without the urban context found in Avalon's own examples. Those examples do not undermine Council's decision. They reinforce why this project is different. Finally, Avalon argues that commercial development is not economically feasible and might generate more traffic. But that's a hypothetical comparison. Council was not asked to approve a commercial project. Council was asked whether this specific conditional use permit met the standards of the Land Development Code. Whether some other project might generate more traffic is not the legal test before you. The question remains exactly as it was on April 21st. Did this application satisfy the code and comprehensive plan? Council answered that question. Nothing Avalon has presented changes the application itself or resolves the concerns that led to its denial. These are not new facts requiring reconsideration. They are simply new arguments asking Council to revisit the same decision. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to vote no on reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Reed Bicknell. After Mr. Bicknell will be Mark Breeze, then Pete George Luss, and then Scott Halloween. I love that last name.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Reed Bicknell, and I'm a resident of Morningstar. I'd like to talk for just a moment about equal treatment and reconsideration, not for Avalon, not for the neighborhoods, but for everyone who comes before this council. On April 21st, every participant accepted the rules. The applicant presented its case, the city presented its analysis, residents presented testimony, experts testified, council asked questions, you deliberated, then you voted, and that is exactly how a quasi-judicial process is supposed to work. Tonight, I ask you to consider one question. Would we be here if the vote had gone the other way? If Avalon had been approved by a 4-2 vote and the surrounding neighborhoods came back a few weeks later saying, we've hired another traffic engineer, or we found another planning expert, or we have new arguments we'd like you to hear, would this council suspend its rules and reopen the hearing? I don't believe anyone thinks it would, because the public hearing would have been complete. The decision would have been made, and we would be expected to respect it. The same principle should apply here. The rules cannot depend upon who is asking, they cannot depend upon who won, and they cannot depend upon who lost. If the process is fair, it must be fair for everyone, because this vote is bigger than Avalon. The precedent you established tonight will apply for every future applicant, every future neighborhood, every future council. If reconsideration becomes available when one side believes it can make a better presentation, then no land use decision is ever truly finished. Public hearings become rehearsals, final decisions become temporary, and public confidence begins to erode. Council members, none of us expects to win every case. Applicants don't, neighbors don't. That's not how a fair process works. What we do expect is something much simpler, that the rules apply equally, that your deliberations matter, and that when this council reaches a decision after a full and fair hearing, everyone accepts the results, even when it is disappointing. I respectfully ask you to apply the same rules tonight you would apply to every citizen standing before you. Please vote no on reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Breeze.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Mark Breeze from Trail Village Villas. I want to address one proposal that we understand Avalon is proposing to raise as part of its new information. This is the suggestion that Avalon can solve its access problem by opening a connection through Trail Village Villas with an emergency access only sign. I respectfully submit that this proposal is inconsistent with both Arvada's Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. The Land Development Code begins with one of its core purposes, quote, protect the quality and character of stable residential neighborhoods. Your comprehensive plan likewise requires mixed-use development to, quote, provide transitions for existing neighborhoods and be, quote, compatible with adjacent pre-existing and planned land uses. Council members, breaking into an established neighborhood is not a transition. It is the opposite. Instead of buffering a new development from existing neighborhoods, it transfers that development's impacts directly into them. Then we're told not to worry because there will be a sign. But signs do not stop traffic. Google Maps and Waze route drivers through neighborhood streets every day. If a road is physically open, people will use it. And who bears the burden? Not the developer, not the city. The existing neighborhood, the Land Development Code, is designed to protect. That doesn't solve access problems. It simply shifts the consequence onto existing homeowners, and that is the precedent this council should reject. When a proposal has fundamental limitations, the answer is to improve the proposal, not ask existing neighborhoods to absorb those limitations instead. City staff should evaluate proposals against the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, not suggest solutions that shift a project's impacts onto neighboring communities. Otherwise, every neighborhood in Arvada becomes vulnerable when a difficult site cannot meet the city's own standards. This is not the role of objective planning staff. To be clear, this proposal does not cure the reasons the applicant was denied. It creates new impacts, raises new questions, and represents a fundamentally different concept that the council considered in April, without changing the underlying application that created those problems in the first place. That is not compatibility. It is not a transition. It is shifting the burden onto existing residents, and it is not a basis for reconsideration. I respectfully ask you uphold the Land Development Code, your comprehensive plan, protect Arvada's established neighborhoods, and vote no on reconsideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Pete Georgeless.
Good evening, Mayor Simpson and council members. Tonight, Avalon asks you to reconsider because it has additional information. I believe it is important is not whether there is more information. The question is that information answers the concerns that led to this council to deny the application. I read your deliberations. I didn't hear a council looking for another traffic exhibit. I heard a council wrestling with much larger questions. Does this proposal fulfill the purpose and intent of the MXS district? Is this the right level of residential intensity for this location? Does this reflect the vision of the comprehensive plan? Those questions went to the heart of the proposal itself. So let's compare those questions to what Avalon is asking you to reconsider. Has the proposal been redesigned? No. Has the residential intensity changed? No. Has safety and emergency evacuation via single road access been remedied? No. Has the relationship to the surrounding neighborhoods changed? No. Has the proposal become a true mixed-use development? No. Instead, Avalon offers additional analysis, additional traffic analysis, additional economic analysis, and additional explanation. Those may help explain the proposal, but they do not answer the questions this council spent hours discussing. They do not change the proposal you evaluated. And they do not change the reasons many of you gave for your vote. That is why this matters. If council concerns had been about missing information, then additional information might justify reconsideration. But your deliberations show something different. Your concerns about whether this proposal satisfied the approval criteria, and that distinction is critical, because tonight you're not being asked to evaluate a materially different proposal, you're being asked to reconsider essentially the same proposal. If Avalon believes it can develop a project that is genuinely responds to the concerns you expressed, there is a process for bringing that project before you. But reconsideration should not become a substitute for process. The proposal may now come with more explanation, but the answers to the questions you asked on April 21st have not changed. Respectfully, I ask you vote no to reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Halloween, or Halloween.
It's Hollowell.
Ah.
My writing is bad, I admit it. So my name is Scott Hollowell. I'm a resident of Westwoods Links 3. I'm a president of the Homeowners Association and a member of the board of Protect Westwoods. I've lived in this neighborhood for a little over 27 years now, and I'd like to discuss the potential motion for revisiting the Avalon Bay proposal. To start with, I'm not aware of any new factual arguments or changes related to the documented proposal, and this is basic criteria that have not already been brought up by the developer or supporters during an earlier review. To me, that's fundamentally what's wrong here. The proposal has not been modified or updated, and any additional reconsideration must fall within the original confines of the original proposal. The rejections were based on reason. The lack of challenges to the basic criteria provide no cause to assume those reasons were flawed. I suspect there are proposals by the developer to address various concerns. However, Avalon Bay is only asking for reconsideration of the original plan, which does not include any of those enhancements. As such, any suggested changes have not had an opportunity to be vetted or approved by the appropriate members of staff, city staff. An example of one of those suggestions made during the original review was a traffic wedge that could steer traffic away from my neighborhood and onto Easley, something that we would agree with. My concern, however, is that it is not in the official plan and has not been vetted for conformance. There could easily be code issues with removing one of the proposed two exits to this neighborhood, and I don't believe it can be considered as a possible solution to any traffic problem until it's in a documented plan and submitted for review. I'm not opposed to development. In fact, I welcome it. I believe that something that offers more commercial opportunity and for the larger community would actually be a better fit. We don't have a lot of opportunities, a lot of potential for places to go, places to eat. But if the City Council determines that residential is the better plan, I believe that the current density and the problems it creates are well-known and they're too great to be solved as in the current plan. I believe more reasonable density, such as the equivalent of an R13, would be a more appropriate modification to any future plan that is submitted. In terms of reconsideration of the versus the resubmittal of a new plan, none of the facts that surrounded this development have changed. None of the problems of this development have changed, and nothing new which has been proposed and vetted and approved by city staff. And I wish to make sure that you keep this in mind as you are considering your options.
I apologize, but your time is up.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, perfect.
Except for thank you.
No, thank you. All right, next we have Mike Schweitzer.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have nothing new to add to my peers and neighbors who have already added. I just want to say that I want to comment on some things that were in the Arvada press article. The April 21st decision was not a not yet, it was a no. And I appreciate what your attorney has said. There's been no substantive changes to their design to compel a reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tony Rollick.
I'll try to beat Mike's time. There is nothing new. I sat here, I was in meetings and all kinds of things, and the problems that the citizens showed that night haven't changed. Nothing has changed, so please do not reconsider this. Thank you very much.
Next, we have James C. Upchurch. After that will be Catherine Martinez.
Members of the City Council, thank you for your time. There is no reason that this decision should be reconsidered. Less than 3 months ago, there was an extensive public hearing. The answer from the public was no, and the City Council duly rejected the proposal. Just like we all tell our teenage kids, no means no. The tactic of bringing the same proposal back meeting after meeting until the second coming, hoping that just by dumb luck, the opposition won't happen to show up one day, is at best unethical. Nothing about this proposal has changed. The only thing that's happened is Avalon has been skulking around in dark corners, apparently with the cooperation of some city staff in the planning department, trying to find a way to circumvent the council's decision and to subvert the will of the citizens. Not only should this go down in flames, the planning department employees involved need to be reminded that they work for the citizens of Arvada. They are not cheerleaders for out-of-town or out-of-state developers. Vote this down. Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine Martinez.
Hi, I'm Catherine Martinez. I can beat everybody's time because I have one quick new thing that nobody's mentioned. On 6/16 and 6/18, there were triggered outages of power along 64th Avenue again. So that is nature's way of telling you, please do not reconsider.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment at this time? All right, you two will be after. All right, you know the drill, Ms. Shannon. All right, I see the form going in.
Sorry, I didn't turn my form in. Good evening, Mayor and council members. You've heard from many of my neighbors. I'd like to end with one simple thought. Every person who participated in the April 21st Avalon hearing believed something very important. We believed your decision would matter. Whether we agreed with it or not, we believed it would matter. Over many months, residents rearranged their schedules, hired experts, read the land development code, studied the comprehensive plan, attended meetings, and came here because they believed this council's decision-making process was meaningful. And on April 21st, you demonstrated exactly why people should believe in that process. You listened, you challenged staff, you challenged the applicant, you challenged one another, you debated difficult issues, and then, after a full public hearing, you reached a decision. That's exactly what the public expects from its elected officials. Tonight, no one is asking whether Avalon should ever develop the property. No one is asking whether a different proposal could someday succeed. The only question before you is whether the decision you reached after that full hearing should be reopened. I respectfully suggest that doing so requires more than additional reports, more than another presentation, more than another attempt to persuade. It requires a compelling reason to revisit a decision that was reached after a fair and complete process.
I don't believe that reason has been shown. If Avalon believes it has a materially different proposal, our city's process already provides a path forward. That process protects applicants. It protects neighborhoods. It protects the integrity of your decisions. But reconsideration should remain what it is intended to be, an extraordinary remedy reserved for extraordinary circumstances. Tonight, your vote is about more than one development. It's about whether the public can continue to believe that when this council conducts a full hearing, carefully deliberates, and reaches a decision, that decision carries meaning. Because if decisions can be reopened whenever one party believes it can make a better presentation, then the hearing never really ends. The public deserves better than that, and so do you. Please let your April 21st decision stand. I respectfully ask you not to consider Avalon's request for reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw 2 additional hands over here, so we'll go 1, then 2. Please make sure you fill out the public speaker form for Ms. Rush if you have not done so already. Name and address for the record.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrew Johnson, address 5050 South Syracuse Street in Denver, Colorado. I respectfully ask the council to grant reconsideration of this application, not because everyone must agree on the merits of the project, but because the public process that informed the April 21st hearing appears to have been incomplete and did not fully capture community input. I'd like to highlight 2 significant concerns. First, the public record presented to council included numerous letters in opposition of the project, but 0 letters in support of the project. Since the hearing, we have come to learn numerous supportive comments were in fact submitted to the city. We have personally received copies of 7 of those examples, including submissions from the Arvada Chamber of Commerce, members of the Chamber, members of housing advocacy organizations, and members of the public. We have also heard that there are additional supportive submissions from Chamber member organizations and other community members that were also not reflected in the hearing materials. To be clear, we still do not know how many supportive letters may have been omitted. We do not know what they said or how they may have influenced the decision on that evening or shed any additional light on the topic. The concern is not that one viewpoint should outweigh another. It's that council deserves a complete record when making an important land use decision. If supportive voices were submitted but not included in the materials provided to council, then the public record was incomplete. Second, the hearing format itself appears to have had unintended consequences. Opposition groups were permitted to pool their 3-minute speaking times into 10-minute presentations. 14 different groups utilized that option. However, neither the applicant, Avalon Bay, nor many project supporters were aware that this opportunity existed, and therefore were unable to take advantage of the same approach. Additionally, all of these extended presentations occurred before individual testimony. As a result, supporters faced hours of delay before having an opportunity to speak. Some individuals, including representatives from the Colorado Apartment Association, local housing advocacy groups, members of the Arvada Chamber of Commerce, and other supporters, either waited for extensive periods or ultimately left without speaking because of work, family, and other commitments. Again, this is not about limiting opposition voices. They absolutely deserve to be heard. It's about ensuring that all voices are heard under a fair and balanced process. For these reasons, I respectfully request that council reconsider this application and ensure that all public comments and all relevant community perspectives are included and considered before a final decision is reached. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, come on down.
For the record, my name is Todd Nicotra, 5050 South Syracuse in Denver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm sure you recognize me by now. I work for Avalon Bay Communities, the developer or the proposed developer of the Welby Garden site. I've attended every meeting since the April 21st vote. It's nice to see you all this evening. I wish I had more than 3 minutes right now. There's so much I want to say. The vote that evening was incredibly close. It's an understatement to say it was close, right? I mean, there were 2 no votes, 3 yes votes, and then it came down to you, the mayor, who acknowledged being on the fence and asked for more information, acknowledged that There were questions. Why couldn't something like the Colorado Tap House, for example, operate on this site? I have a really good answer for that I'd love to be able to share in a public hearing. What was the zoning intent? When the property was zoned long ago, we've done so much research on that and have compelling information that specifically answers those questions of yours. And I really, really would like the opportunity to provide that information. Other concerns we heard as well from council members that night. We have additional information that's meaningful. In a close vote, a 3-3 tie, additional information can make a difference. And so I really would value the opportunity to share that. On the procedural issues that Andrew just spoke about, those are real. I mean, we truly don't know how many support letters were left out of the public record. I realize it was a mistake. It was an accident. I don't blame somebody for this. I think it was a sincere mistake. But we keep finding out about new ones that were missing. You didn't have that information that night. When you were making this decision, you didn't have access to information from, I don't know how many supporters, at least 7 that we know of, that we've gotten written record that they wrote to the city, and by mistake, those were left out of the packet. That can make a difference. That's material. So these procedural errors, I believe, alone warrant a reconsideration. If you had that information with you, there could have been a different outcome that night. Right? I don't know that there would be, but there could have been. And so the fact that those support letters were missing is incredibly meaningful. And again, I would echo what Andrew just said about the format of the evening. Again, I don't think it was anyone's intention to let the opposition speak first, but that's how it played out. And so many of our supporters truly went home for sleep reasons or health reasons. They didn't have an opportunity to speak. So there are voices who were not part of the public record that could have made a difference. And that alone, I believe, warrants a reconsideration in addition to the additional information we have. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I respectfully ask that you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I do wish to acknowledge that I have this large stack. This will be entered into the public record. However, given how large it is, beg my forgiveness that I'm not going to read off all the names. But we do have the information and we will be reviewing. So at this time, I will open it to myself, Councilmember Levison, and Councilmember Pfeiffer to see if there is any desire to make a motion. Seeing none, this item stands as it is. It will not be moving forward. Thank you. So, no, you do that outside. So, let me find my, all right, we have a public hearing this evening. All right, actually, that was a long hour. We're going to take a quick public break and we'll reconvene at 9 o'clock to open our hearings. Thank you.
center of town is all old, and then perimeters out around it.
They were all, love is so side.
Well, we'll brace ourselves for the next round.
Yeah, it'll happen. I doubt it'll be this year.
Less out there.
Welcome back, everybody. We are opening for the main event. We have one project we are hearing tonight. It has six different elements. So those will be, we will open the whole project together, and we will have public comment as one thing. So you'll be speaking to the project in public comment, but we will take the 6 different votes separately. So with that, I will be opening the project Candelas Parcels 1-2, 1-5, and 1-6 rezoning, generally located at the northeast intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93. The 6 pieces of this project are, number 1, ratification and approval of CP 2026-001, a resolution by the Planning Commission for the City of Arvada, Colorado, to amend the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation pertaining to a portion of Candelas Parcel 1-2 from City of Arvada Neighborhood Community Commercial to City of Arvada High Density Residential, a parcel of land located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93. Number 2, CB 26-012, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the City of Arvada, Candelas Parcel 1-2 from City of Arvada PUD Planned Unit Development to City of Arvada R24 Residential 24 and Arvada CG Commercial General, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado, Ordinance number 4928. Number 3, ratification and approval of CP 2026-0002, a resolution by the Planning Commission to the City of Arvada, Colorado to amend the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation of Candelas Parcel 1 through 5 from City of Arvada Neighborhood Community Commercial to City of Arvada Medium Density Residential, parcel of land located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93. Number 4, CB 26-013, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the City of Arvada, Candelas Parcel 1 through 5 from City of Arvada PUD Planned Unit Development to City of Arvada R13 Residential 13, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado to a 26.68 parcel of land located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93, ordinance number 4929. Number 5, ratification and approval of CP 2026-0003, a resolution by the Planning Commission for the City of Arvada, Colorado to amend the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation of Candelas Parcel 1 through 6 from City of Arvada Neighborhood Community Commercial to City of Arvada Suburban Residential, a parcel of land located at the northeast corner of intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93. And finally, Part 6, CB 26-014, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the City of Arvada, Candelas Parcel 1 through 6 from City of Arvada Planned Unit Development to City of Arvada R6 Residential 6, and amending the official zoning maps of City of Arvada, Colorado, a 35.33 acre parcel of land located at the northeast corner of intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93, ordinance number 4930. Mr. Smetana, I believe you have this item.
Thank you.
Quickly, my bad. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to take this opportunity to disclose that I am employed by a company. It's a large national engineering firm called Kimley Horn. We employ over 10,000 people across the country. And it recently has come to my attention that we have one of the Kimley Horn employees that's a part of this project. I'd like to disclose this because I'd like to make sure that the public understands that working in a large engineering firm like I do, there are all sorts of disciplines that are done. This is a completely separate discipline from the one that I am employed to do. I have zero financial benefit or incentive to approve or deny a project with this sort of situation. I just wanted to make sure that we covered that and had this opportunity to disclose that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Smetana.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, the applicant is requesting 3 comprehensive plan amendments and 3 rezonings for 3 parcels located on the north side of Highway 72, east of Highway 93. For a little more context to those 3 pieces, the eastern parcel, which is 1-6, is located closest to the existing portion of Candelas, the far west portion of existing Candelas, and that is proposed for the comprehensive plan amendment to suburban residential and a rezoning to R6. The middle parcel of the 3, moving west from that one, which is parcel 1-5, is where the proposal is to rezone, the comprehensive plan amendment to medium density residential and a rezoning to R13. And then the western parcel, which is adjacent to Highway 93. The eastern approximately 1/2 of that parcel has a proposed comprehensive plan amendment to high-density residential and a rezoning to R24. The western portion of that 1-2 parcel already has a designation of commercial per the comprehensive plan, so it does not need a comprehensive plan amendment, but is proposed for a rezoning to CG. At this time, we don't have any further vertical development plans for the project submitted for review. However, the concept plan does indicate that there could be up to approximately 780 residential units across the parcels. The Planning Commission approved the 3 comprehensive plan amendments and recommended approval of the rezonings during their February 4th meeting. Notice for this hearing was provided through publication in a local newspaper, mailed notice, and signs posted on the property. We have received the sign posting log and mailing affidavit, and they are in order. We have Senior Planner Julia Duncan here, and members of our engineering team are also available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I believe the applicant has a presentation. Quickly, I'm going to just ask everybody in chambers who plans to speak on this item tonight to raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You're all sworn in. Ms. White.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of city staff, and members of the public. My name is Carolyn White, and I am Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I'm very pleased to be with you tonight and have the opportunity to present this request for rezoning and comprehensive plan amendments to you. We also are really appreciative of your time and attention, understanding that it is already somewhat of a late hour, and we will attempt to present this in the most efficient manner possible. So as was just provided by staff, a little summary of what we're asking for here today. We're asking to rezone these 3 parcels, which are presently in a PUD in the Candelas project, to 3 different zoning designations and to change the comprehensive plan designations. And I'm going to go through in a little more detail and explain exactly what it is we're asking for with each of those parcels and why. But just sort of as an overview, these parcels are all designated for commercial and industrial uses under the current PUD. We're going to explain to you why we think those uses are no longer feasible in today's market. What we're proposing to do is right-size the commercial zoning and add residential zoning in a way that transitions into the existing development and fulfills what we think are some of the identified needs in the Arvada comprehensive plan and strategic plan. This slide shows our team. And I won't go through everyone on here, and everyone on here isn't going to speak as part of our presentation tonight, but we do have all of these folks available to answer your questions if you have them, depending on the topic. So just first zooming out, big picture, this map shows the whole Candelas project in context. The 3 parcels we're talking about are on the very far left of the slide, 1-2, 1-5, and 1-6. And these are basically the sort of westernmost remaining undeveloped parcels here. And then this is a zoomed in vision of those 3 parcels. And I'm going to go through in a little more detail here in just a second to explain what we're asking for or what we're proposing on each of those parcels. As you can see, just to orient you, Highway 93 is there on the far left, Highway 72 is on the south. All 3 of these parcels are in the northeast corner of Highway 93 and Highway 72. Actually, I want to say one more thing about the site location before I move on. One of the reasons we are here today is that the market for office, commercial, retail, and industrial has, as you may have noticed, changed significantly over the years since this PUD was originally approved. At the time it was adopted, obviously we had a grand vision for the applicant. The developer had a grand vision for what was going to happen here, and they have worked very hard, as you will hear from their team over the years, to try to realize that vision. But the market has just dramatically changed through a variety of factors, completely external to the ability of us to control it. At the same time, we have a rising demand for a variety of different housing types. And so what we're bringing to you tonight is a proposal that is customized to try to retain as much commercial development as we think is market feasible, while transitioning some of those other properties into housing in order to try to meet the needs and the demand. So let's go parcel by parcel. On parcel 1-2, which is the westernmost parcel, we are proposing to amend the comprehensive plan from NC, neighborhood commercial, to HDR, just a portion of it. See on the top right there. The portions that are red are remaining commercial, and we are proposing to rezone from PUD BP, which is what they're currently designated. We're proposing to rezone the southern portion to CG, which really keeps that commercial zoning, and the northern portion that's in tan on this graphic to R24. On parcel 1-5, we're proposing, again, a comprehensive plan amendment from NC to MDR, and then a rezoning from PUD BP to R13. I'll provide just a little bit more detail about these in just a second. I want to give you the big picture first. And then finally, for parcel 1-6, the comprehensive plan amendment proposal is to go from NC to SR and to rezone from PUD BP to R6. So cumulatively, to summarize, the intent on that parcel 1-2 is for multifamily housing intended to be targeted towards workforce housing development, and up to the maximum of 24 dwelling units per acre, which is what is allowed in that R24 zoning. The intent on parcel 1-5 is age-targeted housing up to about 13 dwelling units per acre. And the parcel labeled 1-6 is also intended for age-targeted housing, but at a lower density, 6 dwelling units per acre. So a couple of things about this proposed transition. So first of all, what we're doing is changing from PUD, which is custom zoning, right, which is what is on the property today. It's a massive PUD that was designed for the overall project. And we're transitioning all of these parcels to existing straight zone districts that are in the code. As was touched on a little bit in the staff report, over time, I think many jurisdictions that have learned that a proliferation of custom zoning can be really challenging to administer over time and quite burdensome on the staff. And many communities have undertaken a goal of trying to transition PUD zoning into one of the straight zone districts for better ease of administration and also to try to have it match up more uniformly with other areas within the city. So that goal would be achieved by this proposed rezoning. Another thing that's happening here is a transition of lower density on the east, closest to the existing development, transitioning to slightly higher density to the west and the middle, and then the highest density of all being tucked up against the commercial and Highway 93 on the west. So this is really very carefully designed to manage that density transition so that each one is adjacent to other uses which are compatible in terms of the level of density. Also, I'll just mention again that we are leaving a significant component of commercial there on the hard corner of Highway 93 and Highway 72, again, trying to right-size that commercial for what we think the demand is in this particular area. So just to compare what the existing to the proposed is, on the left-hand side of this slide is what the existing comprehensive plan shows. It has all of these areas colored red, which is neighborhood/community commercial. And if these proposed changes are, which were approved by the Planning Commission, are ratified by City Council, the comprehensive plan would have the colors reflected on the right side, which you see we still have some of the red that still remains that community commercial, but then we also have some higher density residential, some medium density residential, and suburban residential, again, transitioning from west to east, where it matches up with the rest of the existing Candelas development. Similarly, as it relates to the zoning, on the left-hand side of this slide, we're showing what the existing zoning is, right? It's all PUD, it's all colored that same tan color. If these 3 separate rezonings of each parcel are approved, then they would be reflected on here. It would be R24 on the westernmost portion, CG on the southwesternmost portion, and then R13 and R6 as you move to the east there. So what effect would that have on what uses are allowed and what type of development can actually happen? This table is attempting to summarize that for you. All of these R-zone districts that we're proposing are essentially the same in terms of what uses they allow. The primary difference is how much density they allow, right? So you can see the R24 is 24 dwelling units per acre, the R13, 13, R6, 6. The uses, the list of uses are more or less the same in all of the R zone districts. On the far left, you see this is the uses, a sampling of the uses. It's not a complete list of the uses because they wouldn't all fit on one slide, but this is a sampling of the types of uses that are presently allowed under the PUD in that PUD BP designation. Another really key thing to notice is that under the current designation in the PUD, the maximum height allowed for these parcels, for all of them, is 85 feet. If this rezoning is approved, then the maximum height in the CG area, the red, the commercial, in the southwesternmost corner, would be 45 feet, and for all three of the residential districts, it would be 35 feet. So what we're really proposing here is functionally a downzoning in terms of the intensity of use and the massing that would be potentially allowed on the site. So now I just would like to transition a little bit and share with you some of the community engagement efforts that were undertaken as a part of preparing for this application. And to do that, I'd like to ask Peter Wall of Wall Kane Consulting to come to the podium and summarize the public outreach efforts.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As Carolyn mentioned, my name is Peter Wall, and my firm Wall Kane Consulting has been working with the consultant team to make sure that we're doing ample community engagement efforts as we've been working through this process. I'm going to provide just a brief summary of our community meeting, what we heard in that meeting, as well as the commitments we've made in response to that helpful neighborhood feedback. So we had a community meeting, we had a community meeting on June 11th in 2025. We had approximately 47 attendees who brought up concerns around preserving views, certainly on traffic. There was conversation around parks, amenities, and open space, and making sure that if future residential development was going to occur on these parcels, that they had their own amenities and that residents there would be able to use those amenities. And then also there was questions and concerns around metropolitan districts, but districts that apply to other residential communities and didn't apply to this site. And I think it's worth noting by the end of that meeting, certainly not all, but I think there was a significant amount of individuals, like Carolyn was just talking about, that started to really understand the lack of intensity of uses that we were proposing in this rezone, as well as the downzoning from a height perspective. And after that community meeting, we actually also provided all of our contact information so that if folks wanted to reach out and get a hold of us, we offered to meet with them in person or virtually as well. There was a handful of individuals that took us up on that. And I'm pleased to say that several of them are actually in the audience and I think going to be speaking in support this evening. So in response to that community feedback, Carolyn touched on it, but just to kind of really reinforce it, working on promoting the transitions, particularly from the east into the west. So really focusing on less intensity from a use perspective, but certainly less intensity from a height perspective. And it was one of the things that we used was that feedback to think about the zone districts that we were going to pursue. Second, and arguably the most important, was our commitment that on the basically the eastern edge of our parcel that's 1-6, we were committing to a single-story product type to help preserve views for those neighbors that are within the existing Parkview neighborhood. And then finally, making sure that when we're thinking about residential development that's going to potentially happen on these parcels, that they're going to be well amenitized, both community centers, parks, and open space, and they would be amenitized under an existing metropolitan district that's separate, but that is there today. With that, I'll turn it back to Carolyn.
All right, thank you, Peter. And we had another community engagement slide. This summarizes some of the things that Peter just talked about. What are some of the things that changed in the project after receiving that feedback? And that includes that density transition, single-story homes on the eastern edge, parks and open space, and so on. This wasn't a change, but more just clarification to make it clear that there'll be no impact to existing metro districts. I think existing residents wanted to make sure that what they're paying for delivered their own amenities and not necessarily amenities for other people, and that the new residents would pay for their own amenities, and that is definitely the case with the plan structure. Okay. So one other question that has arisen in the context of this is sort of, okay, so these densities that we're proposing, 24, 13, 6, how does that compare with some of the existing development immediately adjacent in the Candelas development? So we prepared this slide to try to illustrate that transitional comparison. So, you know, the immediately adjacent property comes to about 4.2 dwelling units per acre using the same methodology of measurement that we used for the 24, 13, and 6. And then there's that parcel that's labeled 12.5 there, and that's about the density of that existing one. So just so you can kind of get a feel for how this compares to what's on the site already. Another thing that we did to try to help residents and ourselves understand the comparison of what the existing status quo is versus what we are proposing is to do some illustrations of building massing. This is an illustration of what could be developed under the existing zoning if it were developed to the max. Now, we're here telling you that we don't think we can develop it under the existing zoning, right, because there isn't sufficient demand to support that kind of use. But this is an example of what, if it were developed to the maximum height, it would look like using the setbacks that are currently applicable under the current zoning adjacent to the existing neighborhood. You've got a zoomed out visual, and then you've got an up close adjacent visual. As I said, practically speaking, do we think it's likely that an 85-foot building could get built right in this location? Maybe not. We took a look at, okay, what is a more common type of industrial building that might be built under the current market if there were sufficient demand in this location? It's probably more like 40 feet. This is what that might look like if something like that were able to be developed here. This is, by comparison, you know, the proposal that we are putting forward. This is illustrating specifically that east-west border between the proposed rezoning land and the existing development, and the commitment of the applicant to ensure that along that boundary there's only 25-foot single-story homes located there, and then sort of a zoomed-out view of kind of what the overall massing could look like for a typical neighborhood design of the type of homes at the type of density that would potentially be happening in that R6 zone district. Remember, this is a rezoning, right? We don't have a site plan. It's not the site plan stage of it yet. You know, so could those buildings move around? Yes, this is really just a massing study to get a feel of what does the current zoning allow versus what are we proposing, and to illustrate the fact that it is a downzoning from a massing and density perspective. So one other point I want to make before I address something that I suspect may be on your minds, and that is traffic, and that is to just point out why we think that what we're proposing to do fits nicely within the City of Arvada's goals and policies, not just in the comprehensive plan, which we'll address in the context of criteria in a moment, but specifically looking at your 2024 housing strategic plan, which talks about things like planning for a range of neighborhoods, accommodating diverse incomes and different ages and abilities, and accessible housing of different tenure types. And we think that having this range of housing, you know, at the different density levels, particularly with some of it being dedicated to workforce housing and some of it being age-targeted housing, that this is really fitting right in line with exactly the type of goals that you have set forth in the housing strategic plan. Encourage development of workforce, affordable and assisted housing, and then just the idea of supply, the missing middle, and multifamily. And so we think that our proposal falls squarely within the 2024 housing strategic plan. So next I'd like to move on to the topic of traffic circulation and invite Curtis Rowe from Kimley Horn, our traffic engineer, to come up and just explain to you a little bit about how the traffic circulation is designed to work in the event this rezoning is approved.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Curtis Rowe with Kimley Horn. I'm a traffic engineer. I have two quick slides, and so first let's talk about access. And so this shows the access. The blue stars are future signalized intersections. So there will be one signalized intersection right there for the middle of that block 2. On the far right edge of the page, I thought it would be relevant to show that the Hallett Street State Highway 72 intersection is also being signalized. We got that approved by CDOT at the end of last year. The design is complete. It's out to bid, so it'll be, well, there will be a contractor selected for that soon. The The green stars show the location of a future full movement stop-controlled intersection. That one works okay just with stop sign. We don't need a traffic signal at that intersection. The yellow stars, there's 2 of those. They are 3/4. They allow a left in, but the left out is restricted. And so you can see the one that's up on Highway 93. That is the 3/4. And then there are 2 red stars. Those are future right in, right out intersections. All of these driveways have been approved by CDOT already. They've been permitted. They're actually part of the construction that's occurring out there already to build acceleration, deceleration lanes. All of these driveways will work really well. They operate with acceptable level of service as proposed. So all of these improvements that are being constructed, the 2 new traffic signals, the turn lanes, everything there will improve the traffic conditions significantly and accommodate the project traffic for this development. Lastly, you'll notice that there is numerous access points, again, 4 along State Highway 72 and 1 along State Highway 93. There's also cross-access between all of these parcels, and so there is adequate emergency, if there's emergency needed or evacuation, there's cross-access and many ways to get in and out of this development area. This next slide goes through a trip generation comparison table. I'm an engineer, and so that's why tables look like that. But the key items to look at is the bottom 2 rows. And what you can see is that what we had proposed previously compared to this rezone, we're expecting a decrease in traffic by about 40%. And so therefore, the rezone to residential as compared to commercial industrial that we had proposed originally in our traffic study is a net positive. So it's a down zoning also as it relates to traffic. So if someone is concerned about traffic impacts, the rezone actually results in less traffic volume generated by these sites. I'll be available to answer questions after if there are any. Thanks.
Okay. I'm just up here for a quick transition. The next thing we want to talk about is the market. Why are we doing this? Why isn't this going to be successful as office? And why are we here proposing that we make these changes in the zoning and allow us to develop them as residential with some commercial? And in order to do that, I would like to invite Eric Roth to the podium to explain a little bit about this market and how this property fits into this market.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Eric Roth with the commercial real estate firm CBRE. Our firm has been involved with Candelas for many years. Part of our job is to market sites for development. Specifically, a lot of that has been geared towards commercial development. So I'm here to provide a market update of kind of where we've been and why we're here now to change some of the uses. So as we look at suburban commercial land, we tend to think office and retail mostly. And so I'm going to kind of put those in 2 buckets, talk about what we're seeing in the office market, how that translates to us, and then the retail market. So in terms of office, we categorize kind of this site and the whole US 36 market as the Northwest market. Essentially, in the Northwest market, in office, there's just shy of 9 million square feet of office space. About 3 million of that is currently available for lease or vacant. So there's a 30% vacancy rate, which is an issue. Right now, there's only about 25,000 square feet out of almost 9 million under construction. So the question is, well, why is that? I think we all know what happened during COVID, obviously some lingering effects, and that's well published. What we don't hear a lot about in the commercial office market right now is that existing buildings are selling in this submarket for between $20 to $70 per building foot. To build new, it costs about $450 a foot. So you can easily see those mathematics do not fare well for new development. And you know, one thing that's going to linger in this market, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but those new owners that bought at 20 to 70 bucks, they're going to undercut anybody coming in that's currently at an older basis of say 120, 150, you name whatever they purchased their building at during the heyday pre-COVID. They're going to have issues, and I hate to say we're going to see more distress coming down the line. I think a great example of the distress I'm talking about is you probably saw the Lumen campus just sold, And that traded at $19 a foot for just shy of 800,000 square feet of office space. Not a healthy sign of the office market. And, so what we're seeing is transactions like that just don't give any confidence for new office space to be built in this market. Quite frankly, tech centers seeing the same thing. Downtown's a bloodbath. It's just not this market that you're in. So office is a challenge. The other kind of category we talk about quite a bit is retail. And, so our firm's had some success with retail, mostly along Indiana. The new King Soopers is not new anymore, but the King Soopers has been a great success. And kind of what we've seen is that when we talk to other retailers in the market, the consistent feedback we get is retail wants to be next to retail. So people want to be over by Kings. They want to be on Indiana. That's kind of where the traffic counts is. That's where the activity is. And so that's been a huge kind of pushback we've gotten from the retail market. And you'll kind of see this list of retailers that we've approached and they've passed. And the comment is like if we were to come out to Candelas, we'd want to be along Indiana. Going far west just would be a challenge for them. Retailers have never been more sensitive on new development as they are today. And this is a continuing theme, construction costs. Today, to build new inline shop space is running around $400 to $450 a foot to build, which means you need $55 rents plus triple net. What that means is if you want to build new retail, you have to have a business that really generates a lot of income. So there's a few out there like In-N-Out Burger and Starbucks. Like there's a few groups that can actually make that kind of revenue to justify new construction, but not many. And then as you go further into this particular submarket, there's existing inline space that's leasing for 20 to 25 plus triple net. So again, building new retail is an uphill battle. Now, having said that, we are not, there are opportunities. I'm going to switch slides here. And kind of as I was mentioning, retail wants to be next to retail, and the retailers are telling us we want to be along Indiana. We did a quick survey of like what's available of other sites to develop along Indiana, and there's a lot. And so we know that everybody's sensitive about giving up commercial land, but there's a lot of opportunity along Indiana to develop commercial. But having said that, like we're not totally giving up on commercial on the west side of Candelas. And so even if this were to go through, we still have another 47 acres in red that if and when somebody wants to do some retail over on the west side of Candelas, we do still have availability. And so we think that's important to point out. The last kind of slide I have, and this is, we get a lot of comments because we talk to a lot of retailers. The last and probably the most impactful comment we've gotten when we talk to retailers pertains to this particular slide. And retail needs rooftops. They need population density, and they all run the same demographics that CBRE does. And when they do their own analysis and look at a map similar to this, they say, well, Eric, okay, I build a store out here, and sometimes we'll do it knowing rooftops are going to come, but that's not going to happen here because you are surrounded by open space. You're surrounded by land that is just not going to be developed. And so that's been another hurdle that is, quite frankly, something that's really challenging to overcome. And we all love open space, and we think this is the open space here is great, but just another reason that we've really struggled to get retail on this far west side. Having said all that, there was a retail study that was completed specific to Candelas, and I'm going to turn it back to Caroline to kind of talk about that.
Oh, where's my, I don't have that slide. All right, well, I'm just going to tell you about it because I don't have a slide. So some of you who have been around for a while and remember when Candelas was first permitted, or even after it was first permitted, but as it was beginning to develop out, you might remember, hey, didn't we think about this back then? And didn't we think about how much office and retail and commercial land could really be supported here? And the answer is yes, you did. In 2019, the city hired a consultant, Katie Press, KP Consulting, who is a well-known retail consultant, specifically retail consultant in this market, and she did an analysis and said, in this market we are over-retailed, and in Candelas specifically, there is more land designated for retail development, then it is likely to be able to support even a full build-out. That was in 2019. So, you know, I think that the developer, like all developers that I work with, was optimistic and hopeful, and they tried really hard to try to make retail work here. And, you know, Eric's been working on this for many years, and you saw that list on his slide of retailers that he has, you know, worked with who have declined this site specifically. And I think that what we're learning is that some of those predictions have come true. There is more retail area designated in this particular submarket than the submarket is likely to be able to absorb, even at full maximum build-out. But also, as Eric pointed out, we're not giving up on retail, right? We've still got a significant amount of commercial designated in this area, right up against the hard corner, which is probably the best opportunity for retail here at Highway 93 and Highway 72, not adjacent to the existing development. And so what we're talking about here is what we say is right-sizing the commercial area and then bringing in some additional rooftops to try to help build out that demand and maximize the potential for future commercial in this location. And I did have a little slide that I think didn't make it into the final that had some quotes from that 2019 retail study here, but I've summarized the gist of it here for you just now. A couple other issues that have come up that we just want to highlight here. Questions were asked at the Planning Commission about wildfire resiliency, and so we wanted to make sure that we touched on that. Obviously, a really important topic at this very moment. You know, here with our state experiencing tremendous pressure from wildfires. And so we want to make sure that, you know, even though this is not something you necessarily would address at the rezoning stage, because the question has been asked, you know, there is a new wildfire resiliency code statewide requirement. There is a new Jefferson County wildfire resiliency code. The city of Arvada has also got its own set of regulations that apply here. It absolutely will be a requirement that whatever gets developed here is going to follow all of the requirements and recommendations in all of those codes. We will work with the City of Arvada Fire Department to support fire-resistant buffer zones. There are some existing fire breaks that are already constructed and identified in this particular vicinity, and those will be maintained. And there are some, you know, important north-south and east-west corridors that specifically serve as fire breaks, and those will be maintained. And as also noted on this slide, there's a Rocky Flats Lake to the north, which provides an additional opportunity for fire resiliency. So just wanted to make sure that you know that this is something we have thought about. It will be addressed in significantly more detail when we get to the site plan stage, but the development team is very aware of this issue and has been thoughtful about it as we come forward with this proposal. So I'm going to get ready to wrap it up here. A couple things I just want to mention. Obviously, you have 6 different motions in front of you. We're proposing several amendments to the comprehensive plan, which requires compliance with this list of criteria in the Arvada Land Use Code. We're also proposing some rezonings, and that requires compliance with a different set of criteria. The staff report does a really thorough job of analyzing each and every one of those criteria, and so I will not repeat them all for you here tonight, but they are shown on that slide. And I do want to just touch on a couple that I think are probably maybe top of mind for some of you and perhaps for some members of the public that are here. Consistency with the comprehensive plan comes up a lot, and so I do just want to highlight some of the key goals in the comprehensive plan that we think that this proposal fits nicely within and will further these goals. I've already talked about providing a variety of housing choices. We're also, you know, at the site plan stage, we can talk about how we maintain appropriate view corridors. The number one on this slide is a balanced mix of commercial and residential land uses, which is one of your important goals in the comprehensive plan, and it's really what we're trying to achieve here is to balance that mix and provide an appropriate mix of quality housing choices. Actually, before I go to the rezoning criteria, just a couple other quick ones I want to touch on here. No major negative impacts on transportation services and facilities. Again, as was just illustrated, where this is actually a significant reduction in traffic compared to what would be allowed under the existing zoning. And so definitely no major negative impacts, actually a meaningful positive impact. and minimal effect on service provision, availability of facilities and services, and compatibility with the surrounding area, which is something that we really thought carefully about when we decided which type of zoning we were going to request for each of those areas as you transition from east to west. And then similarly, the rezoning criteria, again, very thoroughly analyzed in the staff report, so I won't repeat it here. And many of the criteria are the same for both comprehensive plan and staff report, and rezoning. So we agree with the staff's analysis here, and they've got a nice handy table in the staff report going through all of these. We have no significant adverse impacts, compatible with existing and planned development, consistent with the stated intent of the proposed zone district. And then the reason for the rezoning, you have to have one of these, and change conditions is really what we're talking about here. There has been a significant evolution in all of these markets since the time this PUD zoning was originally approved, such that rezoning to these straight zone districts is appropriately justified. Let's see, the last thing I'm going to mention here, and then I'm going to show you on this slide, coming back to this kind of overview slide of the three different areas, one thing I want to highlight, one of the criteria talks about no significant adverse impacts on the natural environment. And you have a comment letter in the record from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Division that talks about their sort of, you know, I've actually read this exact same letter on almost every project I've ever worked on, because it's their standard boilerplate letter that just is recommending that when you get to the site design stage, you take into account the potential impacts on wildlife. And absolutely, when we get to site design, we will do that. But I just want to point out that there's sort of a couple of natural built-in corridors that exist on this property that will benefit wildlife no matter what happens here. And you can see these north-south corridors. You can see the railroad spur in between parcel I2, or sort of 1-2 and 1-5. You can see this other sort of north-south green space here between parcel 1-5 and parcel 1-6. And then you see the buffer boundary around the lake there that's immediately to the north. And then in between parcel 1-6 and the developed parcel to the east, there's another north-south corridor. All of those are corridors that exist today and will be preserved because they already have other easements in them. For example, utility easements and so on. And so no matter how this property gets developed, at a minimum, we're going to have these terrific north-south corridors connecting the property to the north and the property to the south. So I just wanted to mention that for you. Also on this slide, thinking about parks and open space, we are showing, and you can see in the, I got the future traffic signals here, but then I also have these green stars, these green asterisks, which show the approximate location of where we think that the new parks are going to be to serve the new development. And they're placed here in part as a result of some of that neighborhood input and feedback that we received that Peter Wall talked to you a little bit about. You can also see the beginning of the proposal for the trail connections, and that is those yellow dotted lines. Again, they probably will get adjusted slightly when we get to the site plan stage, but just at this rezoning stage, we wanted to let you know that we have thought through those things to ensure that if it is rezoned for residential, they will be able to accommodate and meet all of your goals and requirements as it relates to trails, parks, and open space. So, in summary, in conclusion, we're proposing to amend the comprehensive plan and to rezone these three parcels in a way that we think fits with your comprehensive plan, that fits with your strategic housing plan, and that fits, most importantly, with what the market needs and wants at this particular point in time. That includes providing a variety of housing types at multiple price points, providing opportunities for a wide variety of different potential residents, whether those are renters, whether those are homeowners, whether those are age-targeted, and right-sizing that commercial, leaving sufficient commercial to accommodate demand if the demand is there, but also not having over-retail, over-commercial area, and allowing for thoughtful community development that appropriately transitions from Highway 93 to the west to the existing development to the east. So that concludes our presentation. We're absolutely delighted to answer any additional questions that you have. Thank you for your time and attention, and we look forward to hearing your comments and the public comments.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to be doing public comment, then I will open it to council questions. I will begin, just the order I have them, with Nikki Castillo. After Nikki, we will have Amanda Ryder, then Harrison Wilterdink, then Robert Slay.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you for having me. My name is Nikki Castillo. I grew up here in Arvada. I'm also a resident of Candelas, as well as a realtor that specializes in Northwest Arvada. Why I wanted to speak today was to support the rezoning at the corner of the northeast corner, of Highway 72 and 93 to rezone that to residential. We have a shortage of affordable single-story homes and age-targeted homes in Northwest Arvada. The Innovation Park in Arvada on the south side of 72 has become an eyesore to the surrounding residents and has hurt our property values. It has sat mostly vacant since its completion, along with countless large warehouses around the metro area. The last thing we needed was another 80-foot massive structure to the west of Candelas. The original proposed parcel at the northeast corner of Highway 72 and 93 was supposed to be more of the same of these 80-foot tall vacant warehouses obstructing the beautiful mountain views of which we all hold dear and the reason why we bought where we did in Northwest Arvada. We are seeing more and more parents of families wanting to move closer to grandkids and wanting to downsize in square footage and in price. Our home values have inflated drastically since COVID. With that, a dramatic rise in our tax values as well. Even many of our own residents can no longer afford their homes, but would like to stay within our community. We speak to the community and prospective buyers on a daily basis. Based on demand, more affordable housing on the west side would be a much better use of this space. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Amanda Ryder.
This on the short setting. Good evening, everybody. My name is Amanda Ryder. I live at 15529 West 95th Place in Candelas. I've been a resident of Northwest Arvada and Candelas since 2015. I have a perspective as I also served as a board member on the Valmont Special Metro District, which is the homeowner side, not Cimarron. Cimarron is the developer side. So I'm here to speak tonight in support of the rezoning for this property. I believe this plan recognizes the needed changes to the zoning for this area. As you know, the original zoning for this area and the plan for this area was done a really long time ago. I've been fortunate to have the perspective of being in the first 350 homes in Candelas. If you don't know, we have about almost 2,000 now. So it has changed dramatically in the 11 years that I have lived there. As you might know, the community started building on the outside ends. I'm on the eastern end on the open space. Iron Mountain Way, which is the property that keeps getting highlighted on the maps, is the westernmost street in Candelas. That street has enjoyed gorgeous views and great value over the years. To use the property behind this for a retail building like the one built adjacent to Hallett Street would be catastrophic to the values of our community. I would like to see additional development really be comprehensive and complementary to the existing development to preserve views and values for its community and for the constituents of Arvada who have been investing in Northwest Arvada and providing tax revenue and growth to the area. While I can appreciate the City Council's recognition that we do want more retail in the area, I do think that there is a disconnect between the type of retail that would be available and the, right now, given economic and other economic realities, and what residents are actually looking for. He actually highlighted a number of the businesses that have turned down retail in the area are the types of retail people want to see. So I think it's really important that additional development preserves these views and values of our existing community. Many of these people on Iron Mountain Way have been there for over a decade. We do need additional homes in the area. We talk to folks every day about needing something other than $1 million ranch-style home. Patio homes, homes that have shared services. What I find most compelling about this is that the developer is very knowledgeable about this and wants to work with the community to find solutions. That's pretty much what I have to say. I would encourage you to support this. We really need more diversity in our homes in Northwest Arvada. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Harrison Wilterdink. After Harrison is Robert Slay. Then we have Mindy Moore, who I do not believe is here. Then we have Nate Paulvote.
Relatively short, things you have heard a little bit before already. So good evening, I'm Harrison Wilterlink. I live at 8430 Clarabelle Drive. I encourage you to support this rezoning for the reasons stated in the city staff report and already affirmed by the Planning Commission. To me, this is a very reasonable proposal about finding a different balance of residential and commercial in Candelas, different than what was envisioned when they were originally zoned as commercial PUD. As attested to in the applicant presentation, the parcels have been zoned and marketed as commercial for the last 30 years or so, but no development has happened. Said another way, our top-down planning in the last few decades doesn't always get the zoning right the first time, and flexibility is a virtue. It lets us adapt to real-world conditions over time. This proposed shift to residential shouldn't come as a big shock to anyone. The Candelas retail study that the applicant referenced, I have a choice quote which said, a move away from developing commercial retail just for commercial retail's sake needs to be evaluated. The city must find its, quote, next act with retail by letting go of the concept that more is strictly better and shifting to embracing different scale and different elements. I personally appreciate the mix of housing types in this proposal that are designed to provide opportunities to a mix of ages and families. It's consistent with the goals outlined in Arvada's most recent housing strategic plan, especially the apartments targeted to the median income levels of our local workforce. Again, I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Robert Slay.
Good evening again. My name is Robert Slay. I live over by Arvada West High School. I'm here tonight in support of the Candelas rezoning, but I also want to say something about how we got here and what tonight's vote actually means. The council has now heard at multiple hearings from the same organized groups opposing the same kinds of projects. The faces change, the addresses change, and the arguments don't change at all. Traffic, density, views, neighborhood character, these concerns arrive in coordinated waves, professionally organized, carefully timed. And the people raising them are not wrong to care about their community, but I want to be honest about what is actually being protected here. It's not traffic safety. Traffic studies exist, and this project passed them. It is not fire access. Engineers exist for that too. What is being protected is the status quo. The view from a back deck, the comfortable assumption that this corner of Arvada was built for the people already in it and should stay that way. That is not a planning argument, that is a preference. And this council should not mistake one for the other. Your own 2024 housing needs assessment is unambiguous. Affording the median Arvada home requires $199,000 in annual income. 71% of this city's housing stock is detached single family, the highest amount of any entity in the metro area. Jefferson County is short 20,000 units. Commissioner Dahlkemper said it plainly at the October 24th State of the Region here in Arvada. Essential workers, teachers, sheriff's deputies, police officers, service employees earning $54,000, $100,000 are cost burdened and getting pushed out. These people are not in the room tonight. They don't have a coalition. They don't have matching shirts. They have a commute from somewhere else because Arvada keeps telling them politely and procedurally that there is no room. This Candelas 1-2, 1-5, and 1-6 is not a radical proposal. It's a rezoning of vacant land at a highway intersection recommended by city staff, approved 6-0 by Planning Commission on most motions, and specifically designed to include workforce housing for the exact workers that this city cannot afford to lose. The developer is committed to preserving 20% of the units on parcel 1-2 for residents at 80% of the area AMI. That is the right commitment. I'm asking this council to make it a binding condition of approval, though, because your own staff report acknowledges it is currently unenforceable. A promise without enforcement is not a commitment, it's a press release. I'm asking for three things tonight. One, approve this rezoning. It meets every criterion. There is no legitimate planning basis to deny it. Make the workforce housing commitment enforceable as a condition of approval, a deed restriction, recorded covenant, something with teeth.
And 3, recognize what a no vote means. It doesn't protect Arvada, it protects the people already comfortable here at the direct expense of the people trying to get in. Tonight, in April, this council deadlocked on Avalon, 435 homes.
Apologies,
Time
Mr.
has
Slay, your
expired.
time is up. Thank you very much. Next, we have Mindy Moore, who I do not see. She is for the issue. And finally, Nate Paulvote.
Good evening, Mayor Simpson and members of council. I'm Nate Paulvote. I live at 9377 Iron Mountain Way, directly adjacent to the Parcels in application DA 2025-0042. I'm not here to say Arvada shouldn't grow. I've lived in Jefferson County my entire life, Arvada for the last 15 years, and I understand that growth does have to happen. However, does this actually serve Arvada? Right now, there's no capacity study on record proving that the schools, roads, water, sewer, and power can carry 683 new homes. And we're hearing tonight that could be up to 780 homes. Approved without that finding, and you've made a decision on your own criteria does not support the kind of defects that gets a rezoning challenged. 3 K through 8 has been full since it opened. It currently is not accepting open enrollment, and if we add more kids, even 100 from this development, we run into an issue with a school that is full and kids who cannot get into a school in their community. That's an issue. Now, the risk you can't undo, this neighborhood has essentially one way out. Highway 72, which leads to either Indiana, which is 2 lanes, or 93, which is 2 lanes. And while the expansion at the intersection is fine, there's no proof that in an evacuation situation that people are going to be able to get out of these high-density neighborhoods. And it's not just us, it's up the canyon as well. If they need to leave, and we're all leaving at the same time, we don't know what's going to happen. The proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences finds that egress bottlenecks turn otherwise survivable wildfires into fatal ones. No one wants that here, especially after the Marshall Fire. Next, consistency with your own plan. A rezoning must be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, which you've heard a lot tonight about how it is. But my question is there any guarantee that any of this housing will be affordable? We have nothing in writing, we have nothing that is enforceable, and I can't believe that this premium land would be made into affordable housing. It doesn't make sense, and there's no promise it will actually happen. At cost, every road improvement, every water, sewer, and power upgrade this generates that the developer doesn't fund, the city funds, or the residents already here absorb it in the classrooms on the roads that are already past their limit. Here's my ask. Deny DA 2025-0042, or at minimum, let's continue this until a complete, adequate public facilities and wildfire evacuation analysis is on public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and I'm going to make a quick comment here. I do see several signups here that have asked to do the different hearing items individually. Unfortunately, we cannot allow that. I think you guys have already talked to the attorney, but I just wanted that on record. It's 3 minutes. All right, Mr. Rawlick, you're up. The younger Rawlick.
Do we have the overhead tonight?
Yes, we should have the overhead available. There you go. Staff will Zoom.
That'll do. Council, there's a lot of technical issues that we want to talk about. It has nothing to do with, we understand about the changing in character of the economy. Criterion 3 and 4 of sections that pertain to water, wildlife, and vegetation. This is focused on parcel 1-2, the high density. So you have to look at water in both of these. The Last Chance Canal, owned by Consolidated Mutual Water Company, flows through the northern portion of parcel 1-2. The concept plan does not show it at all, yet places R24 and commercial uses on top of a canal's current location. See attached, right there. We established that the canals are still considered waters of the United States if they connect to it. Such appears to be the case here as the outflow from Rocky Flat Lake Smart Reservoir connects to Stanley Lake, which then goes to the Platte watershed. Same situation at 60th and McIntyre. Additionally, it is also considered a state water. New State Reg 87 that came as a response to Sackett versus EPA decision defines riparian areas and wetlands as part of the state water system and requires permits for discharge of dredge and fill into state waters.
Both satellite and drone photography show that there is significant vegetation and what appears to be riparian area and possibly wetlands along the Last Chance Canal. There is also evidence of riparian habitat in parcel 1-5 along the Big Dry Creek area. The CPW letter also suspects wetlands riparian areas and also talks about different boundaries, and that's in yellow on the next page. This is not just boilerplate. They actually looked at your proposed project area. We also did a codex report. Preble's jumping mouse within at least a mile, and Ute lady stresses as well. They're both federally protected. So the studies should probably be done. Although not shown in the concept plan, there's another application with the city to move the entire canal of the owners, The owners at a ditch are not part of that referral process for this rezoning, but it is in your packet there. The relocation should be part of the concept plan for the city council's consideration. Something substantially similar, possibly how we saw it during Howard Ranch, something substantially similar to what the end product is going to be. Relocation of the canal can have many effects: wetlands and riparian habitat destruction, issues with access, easements, and et cetera for the canal company. We do have Excel has power lines right along that northern area as well. Possible harm to aquatic species and environmental issues with relocation as to be on the northern border and adjacent to the federal land that is part of Rocky Flats holding. That's plutonium up there, right? Is this a suitable location for a drinking water canal? Do we do an ESA Phase 2 on the location? Will it be sleeved as we've seen at other locations such as 60th and McIntyre? We did a codex report, presented it to the city, talked about that. How can a vote on criterion 3 and 4 be conducted without the studies recommended by CPW and a full understanding of how the Last Chance Drinking Water Canal fits into the concept plan? Will the proposed location affect the power lines that run along the northern portion, including seepage? Should the city not consider new State Reg 87 as it relates to state waters, and shouldn't the canal company be included in this phase of the planning? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Len Clements.
Good evening. Lynn Clemens, President of the Westwood Villa HOA. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I respectfully ask you to deny the rezoning and comp plan changes because I do not believe the findings required by Arvada's Land Development Code can be made based on the evidence before you tonight. As you consider your vote tonight, you must consider each criterion individually. First, the rezoning must be consistent with the Arvada Comprehensive Plan or reflect conditions that have changed since the Comprehensive Plan was adopted. This rezoning does not satisfy the third criterion regarding facilities and services of roads and transportation serving the subject property while maintaining adequate levels of service to existing development. There are only two main roads, State Road 93 north and south and State Road 72 east-west, to service these parcels being proposed for rezoning and comp changes. Both are CDOT owned and maintained. 40% of the traffic will go east to State Route 72 in Indiana, and this Indiana has been designated by CDOT as a congested corridor since 2024. The traffic analysis provided by Kimley Horn never considered all the other developments approved and submitted to the city in this area. Trailstone at 675 homes with 6,705 daily trips, and Candelas Point office retail with 8,744 trips. The traffic generated from the proposed rezoning will add 9,400 daily trips to an already overburdened roadway infrastructure. This number of trips is 1/4 of the additional 39,000 trips that will be generated if all West Arvada developments are approved as they're being proposed. There's no guarantee that CDOT will improve all sections of these roads to handle the increased traffic anytime soon. Where will that leave the drivers from the subject property? And more importantly, how is this rezoning providing adequate service to those existing residents both in northwest and my area, southwest Arvada? Clearly, the additional traffic will impact all residents. The statements made by the staff report that the proposed amendment will not have a major impact on transportation services or facilities really has no evidence to support it because it's still 9,300 trips, even though it's not 15,000 trips. In addition, there's no guarantee or plans for that matter that indicate that this rezoning will satisfy the city's vision for a vibrant, walkable community. Adding all this housing will bring with it 9,400 additional daily trips on already crowded roads and an increase in greenhouse gases, which is a concern of the recently adopted sustainability plan. If all the roads had been improved prior to the rezoning, then the traffic conditions in the area would have changed, ultimately
Ms.
satisfying the
Clemens,
criterion for rezoning.
I'm afraid your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, next we have Mike Schweitzer.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. I want to talk about a couple of issues regarding Parcel 15 and the Big Dry Creek that runs through that, where that parcel is proposed. The intended land use, excuse me, the intended land use for the rezoning is thought will not result in significant adverse impacts upon the natural environment, including air, water, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, and vegetation, or such impacts will be substantially mitigated. Parcel 15 is a concept plan for R13. This plan does not accommodate for what is mapped as a portion of Big Dry Creek that runs through that parcel. Instead, the applicant has submitted a drainage conformance letter that states this section of the Big Dry Creek is shown on the Mile High Flood District plan, flood district maps, that the South Fork of the ditch. The letter says that this section was buried under the Kinnear Ditch pipeline created in the 1990s, and the culvert above the channel was abandoned and then collapsed into the channel. The major questions we have are: one, does this ditch or channel still receive water? Does the ditch or does ditch or channel sustain any riparian habitat? 3, are Mile High Flood District and other mapping agencies such as CSU's wetlands mapping wrong? 4, should the embankment on the east side convey the water that is still received by the ditch or canal? The answer to number 1, we would ask that the city contact Mile High Flood District and also consider the drone and satellite imagery that we're showing. Thank you, Mike. It indeed appears the channel still supports greener vegetation. This would be difficult to do a no water in the channel since the 1990s. This would be difficult to do if there was no water in the channel since the 1990s. There's more vegetation near the split between the last chance ditch that Mike talked about and the South Fork. This would indicate that water is still being conveyed at that split. The last chance canal is WOTO at WOTUS, and the state water and the new state Reg 87 considers wetlands and riparian areas also to be state water. This cannot be ignored no matter what the water flow is east of the embankment. The historic satellite imagery shows evidence of riparian areas along the South Fork, as well as large amounts of water in the east end of the channel. Some images show ponds that are over 300 feet across to Google Earth's measurement tool. This does not appear to be evidence that the water is flowing. This does not appear to be evidence that the water is flowing north from the channel. Finally, this channel needs to be studied and incorporated into
Apologies, Mr. Schweitzer. That's
All right.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tony Rollick.
Keeping our video guy busy. Denver Water and Consolidated Mutual Water Company both own canals that traverse the various parcels that comprise the concept plan. However, only one of these entities was invited to the referral agency for rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment, Denver Water. Denver Water's South Boulder Division Canal runs underground north-south between parcels 1-5 and 1-6. They have a 100-foot wide property that accommodates this canal. When looking at the concept plans, several items from the Denver Water letter should be examined. Quote, "The canal is for utility purposes only and is not open to public or recreational uses." Unquote. The Norris Design P1, P3, P5 plan land use plan drawing in the packet and presentation slides depicts the Candelas Trail crossing the Denver Water land well to the north of Highway 72. It then crosses an active Union Pacific spur line that heads north to the aggregate operation. This trail apparently would not be allowed to cross Denver water land according to the referral letter. The concept plan must accommodate for the referral letter. There's also a roadway planned to cross the 100-foot property canal owned by Denver Water. It's our understanding through correspondence with Gina Bagley at Denver Water that Denver Water has not yet approved this road. Denver Water reserves the right not to approve the crossing, and we believe the concept plan should be presented to the council after the appropriate permission has been obtained. Else the concept plan could look radically different than the final projects. If this road is not approved, there is additional issue of traffic flow and the appropriate distance for emergency vehicle access for Parcel 1-5. Again, permission from Denver Water should come before the rezoning vote. The Candelas Trail also heads north along the eastern border of 1-5 and the western border of 1-6, but not on Denver Water land. However, Denver Water states, quotes, plat note restrictions or buffer easements may be required along residential lots backing up to our property that prevent secondary access or gates on the property, canal property, end quote. Adding trails along the majority of the border of the canal property could invite secondary access to this property. The concept plan needs to accommodate for this. From our experience, canal companies are risk adverse when it comes to new trails along their property. These details need to be addressed before a vote for rezoning and comprehensive plan amendment can be taken.
Well done. Next, we have Christopher Johnson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am speaking on Parcel 1-2, Criteria 3, Candelas water issues. We must examine water consumption via lens of Criteria 3, facilities and services including sewage, waste disposal, water, gas, electricity, police and fire protection, the roads, and transportation as applicable, will, prior to development, be available to serve the subject property while maintaining adequate levels excuse me, of service to existing development. Arvada uses 4.6 to 6 billion gallons of water every year. The applicant provided an estimate of 187 to 188,000 gallons per day, or 67 million per year. The table in the applicant's water estimate, Table 4 attached, does not include the proposed 24-unit per acre totaling 384 units of multifamily, which would increase water needs by 67,200 gallons per day, which is an extra 25.5 million gallons per year. That brings the total estimated usage to 254,000 a day and over 92.8 million gallons a year. In other words, this is 1.55 to 2.02 of Arvada's total water usage per year. Denver claims the stream flow forecasts for runoff levels will be at 10 to 40% of normal 2026. While Ralston Reservoir is currently close to average levels, we understand that it is supplied in large part by Gross Reservoir, which is 65% full as opposed to the historic average of 98% Denver, Boulder, Platte Canyon, South Metro, Columbine, Bomar, and other users in the I-25 corridor will also need water from Gross. Also, the Denver water system, they are 80% full, opposed to 97% historically. We all have seen the graph that shows that even if we have wetter than normal going forward, we do not recover or even stay at current levels. See graph. We have also heard the city's conjecture that this could be a multi-year drought. Prior appropriation system means that the oldest rights are served first. Denver Water was created by the city of Denver in 1918 and gets its water from various watersheds in Colorado. Arvada has contract with Denver Water from 1960. Shoshone holds water rights from Colorado River since 1902. Wheat Ridge signed their rights in 1960. What other consumers are dominant position in Arvada? If Arvada holds dominant position over junior water holders, does it make right to continue to build and request more water expense to our communities? I would request that you vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Patty Shannon.
Hello again. I'm Patty Shannon from West Arvada. A recent Cora request indicates that Arvada Water only issues will-serve letters when the property is first connected to city water. There's also mention that Jefferson Center Metro District 1 will issue an allocation confirmation letter once the final unit count has been confirmed. By way of comparison, North Table Mountain Water issues will-serve letters during the rezoning process. We have an attached will-serve letter. I'll put it up in a second. From a current zoning case in Jeffco. This is a stark contrast to Arvada, which apparently does not require will-serve letters until the property is first connected to city water, as can be seen. In other words, there is no will-serve letter or allocation confirmation letter during a concept plan process. This becomes an issue, as you heard, when a rezoning could use close to 90 million gallons per year. We find that a curious recommendation on the last page of the staff report, where staff said, based upon project analysis and review of the Land Development Code approval criteria, staff recommends conditional approval of the comprehensive plan amendments and rezonings subject to the following condition. No further applications will be processed for any of the parcels until the city determines that adequate water is available. So the rezoning is recommended, but the staff wants to refrain from any further applications until drought recovery. Then why the rush to rezone? Why vote yes when specific conditions in the criteria cannot be met? This is the responsibility of City Council. Is this rezoning being considered at an appropriate time? This creates the criteria 3 and 4 wrinkle. The facilities and services that include water will, prior to development, be available to serve the subject property while maintaining adequate levels of service to the existing development. And also, the intended land use for which the rezoning is sought will not result in significant adverse impacts upon the natural environment, including air, water, noise, stormwater, etc. Logically, if staff does not want to process any further application on these parcels, such as site development plan, until drought recovery, how can we recommend a vote on the specific water standards in rezoning criteria 3 and 4? Clearly, the evidence does not exist to support a rezoning vote based on the water standards in criteria 3 and 4. So to vote now is to ignore this reality. Staff appears to doubt the adequacy of the water supply. This fails criteria 3 and 4. And I also want to add, based on this map, we've talked about the
Ms.
Denver
Shannon,
Water
that's time.
and the railroad.
I'm sorry.
Look at the access.
Ms. Shannon, thank you. All right. All right. Next, we have Rick Bertle. Yeah, that's one of the curses of the overhead, is you can't see the timer.
One of the blessings.
Or the blessing.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Rick Bertle. I live up by Obron Middle School. Tonight is the public's only meaningful opportunity to participate in the legislative decision of whether these properties should be rezoned. I appreciate the many hours that council, staff, and the applicant have devoted to this proposal. Tonight, however, I'd like to focus on one simple question. What has changed? Section 8-3-4-1 of your Land Development Code states, initial zonings and rezonings shall be consistent with and implement the planning goals, policies, and objectives as contained in this Land Development Code and in the comprehensive plan. Section 8-3-4-2 then requires that a rezoning either be consistent with the Arvada comprehensive plan or reflect conditions that have changed since the comprehensive plan was adopted. Policy CC 3.5 states, and I quote, "Lower densities towards the mountains. Overall density will generally decrease in the western part of the city while allowing for higher densities in the Jefferson Center and other appropriate areas as identified on the land use plan." Yet tonight, Council is considering a rezoning that would introduce the highest residential density proposed anywhere in western Arvada, which would be R24. So I respectfully ask again, what changed? Did the transportation network improve? Did Highway 93 become less constrained? Did Highway 72 become less congested? Did wildfire risk decrease? Did the surrounding open space disappear? Or has the proposal changed? If the conditions that shape the comprehensive plan have not materially changed, then your code directs that rezonings should implement that plan, not move away from it. This hearing is not about whether Arvada should continue to grow. It is about whether this particular location is appropriate for this level of residential density. Plans only matter if we follow them when the decisions become difficult. If the comprehensive plan no longer reflects the city's vision, then it should be amended through a public planning process, not set aside one rezoning at a time. I respectfully ask you to uphold your comprehensive plan, apply the approval criteria in your land development code, and vote no on this rezoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Breeze. Oh, I think he left, but he noted that he is against the issue. After that, we have Pete Georgelas.
Good evening. I know it's late. Mayor and council members, my name is Pete Georgelas. I'm a resident of West Arvada. Tonight is the public's only meaningful opportunity to participate in the legislative decision on whether this property should be rezoned. I would like to focus on approval criteria number 4 of the Land Development Code. Before approving a rezoning, council must determine that the proposed land use will not result in significant adverse impacts upon the natural environment, including air, water, noise, storm water management, wildlife, and vegetation, or that those impacts will be substantially mitigated. That is a broad responsibility. It extends beyond the boundaries of the property itself. This proposal sits in one of the most environmentally unique locations in Arvada. To the north is Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge. To the west is Highway 93, a major regional corridor that also serves as a wildlife movement corridor, as there is elk migration that's historically abuts that highway. This area is part of the wildland-urban interface where wildfire risk and high wind events are well documented. These are not ordinary site conditions. The applicant's traffic impact study projects more than 9,000 additional daily trips associated with the overall development. More traffic means more vehicles using Highway 93. More vehicles mean more opportunities for wildlife vehicle collisions. Approval criterion number 4 also requires council to consider impacts to stormwater, vegetation, and surrounding natural environment. These are important issues because this development is located immediately adjacent to the protected open space and public lands. I recognize that future development reviews will address engineering details, but tonight's question is different. Tonight, council must determine whether the proposed zoning itself is appropriate given the environmental setting of the property. The determination should not depend on the assumptions that the future design revisions will solve every issue. It should be based on the evidence demonstrating that required findings can be made today. Approval criterion number 4 is not a suggestion. It's one of the findings council must make before approving rezoning. Based on the record before you tonight, I respectfully do not believe the findings can yet be made. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you vote no on rezoning ordinance.
Thank you very much. Finally, we have Reed Bicknell.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of council. My name is Reed Bicknell. Tonight is the public's only meaningful opportunity to participate in the legislative decision of whether parcel 1-5 should be rezoned. I respectfully ask you to deny this rezoning because I do not believe the required findings regarding transportation and emergency access can yet be made. Approved criterion number 3 requires City Council to determine that roads and transportation facilities will be available to serve the proposed development while maintaining adequate levels of service for existing development. Before approving this rezoning, can Council confidently determine that parcel 1-5 has adequate emergency access if the proposed railroad crossing or Denver Water proper crossing is not approved? As presented today, parcel 1-5 has one direct connection to Highway 72. The only other planned connections depend upon constructing a roadway across the active Union Pacific Railroad to connect with parcel 1-2 or a roadway across Denver Water parcel 1-6. These crossings have not yet been approved. They may ultimately receive approval, they may not. If either crossing is not approved, what is parcel 1-5's emergency access plan? How will residents evacuate? How will emergency responders reach the site if the primary access is blocked? How can council conclude that adequate transportation and emergency access exists today if one of the principal access routes still depends upon future approval? Those questions should be answered before the zoning changes, not afterward. The fire marshal has indicated that emergency connectivity will be evaluated across all 3 parcels. If considered separately, as we are tonight, parcel 1-5 does not appear to have sufficient distance between emergency vehicle access points. Respectfully, this vote is not on all 3 parcels. This vote is on parcel 1-5. Council must determine whether this parcel satisfies the approval criteria based on the evidence before you today. Emergency access should never depend upon future approvals. It should never depend upon infrastructure that has not yet been authorized. Emergency access should depend upon roads that are available, reliable, and ready to serve residents from the day they move in. For parcel 1-5, I believe these questions remain unanswered. And if those questions remain unanswered, I submit that approval criterion number 3 has not been
Apologies, sir,
demonstrated.
but that is time. All right. I'm running at a tight ship. We're already at 10:30 tonight, so. All right. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment at this time? All right. Green and then blue.
Green and then green.
Yeah. Green and then blue, more bluey green.
Long sleeve, short sleeve.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm very nervous and wasn't planning to speak, so I hope this comes out correctly. My name is Elisa Bruno, and I am a Candelas resident. I have to say that our school is not full, and I would implore you to talk with Jefferson County School District before you make any decisions on that. The school had to let go teachers and reduce classroom numbers in order to meet the decreasing population of our school. Second, I would like to point out that this land is already posed to be developed. So all of the no votes that I hear, while those environmental impact statements are extremely important, they don't matter because the land is already meant to be developed for commercial property. And at the extent, looking at one of those slides and learning that a data center could be in place, I would hope that the city of Arvada prioritizes affordable housing for all rather than a data center or commercial properties that do not benefit us and right now are sitting empty. So I implore you to vote yes for a zoning change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Again, I'm Christy Harrison. I'm also a resident in Candelas. I'm naive to all of these zoning type issues. I was also very scared by the prospect of having a data center right next to our neighborhood. I walk on that land, I don't know if I'm supposed to do that, but I walk up there all the time. I love that space. I would honestly rather it not be developed at all. I don't think that that's on the table at this point. And this seems like a good faith effort to develop in a way that has really considered the needs of our community. I don't think that standing in the way, as a citizen, I don't think that standing in the way of the zoning change is the way to prevent development altogether, because then we still risk having something built that could be substantially worse than what they're planning. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion of this evening's hearing. And then we've had a request for a break, so 5 minutes, everybody. Back to their chairs.
I like a hard
I'll gavel us in just a second.
People have to
Welcome back, everybody. Going to resume the public hearing here with the applicant's opportunity to respond.
Great, thank you again, Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, and members of the public. Once again, Carolyn White on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to start by saying that on behalf of the applicant, we really appreciate all those residents of Candelas and others who came out in support of this project, and we really appreciate the time that they put in to meeting with the applicant to share their concerns and to review some of the proposed changes to the plan that were made to address those concerns. I want to say one thing about the overall process, because there were a few folks who stated that they may not be as familiar with it as those of us who do it every day. And so just for the benefit of kind of stage setting, right, as we all know, we're here for a rezoning, which is to change what uses and densities are allowed on the property. The next step after that, if that is approved, would be for us to file a proposed site plan that would get down to the individual level and address a lot more details, like exactly where are the roads going to go and exactly how wide are the sidewalks going to be and exactly how many trees are going to be planted in the entryway. And then to an even further level of detail when we submit our subdivision plat, which will delineate the legal lot sizes, the easements, the buffers around, waterways and those kinds of levels of engineering detail. Many of the issues that were raised tonight are completely appropriate and legitimate issues and are typically addressed at the site plan or subdivision plat stage, not at the rezoning stage. And even though a concept plan was submitted as part of this application in order to illustrate where on the property we are proposing the different uses and densities, and in general terms where the different accesses will be, and in general terms where the parks will be. What you're approving tonight, if you approve it, is not the concept plan, it's the rezoning, right? And then later we come back with the site plan and we come back with the subdivision plat, and that is the opportunity for all those additional details to be worked out. So I just wanted to sort of make that statement to let everyone who doesn't know and to remind us all that this is not the last time that the city will get to review this. This is actually only the first time that the city will get to review this, and that there are subsequent opportunities. And many of the details that were brought up tonight, which I'm happy to address as much detail as you want to ask about, but weren't part of our presentation because they're really not part of the rezoning decision. Typically, they're the site plan issues and the subdivision plat issues. One other sort of overarching comment that I'd like to make in response, and one of the later speakers really hit on this issue, and that is the choices before you tonight are leave the zoning as it is, which is PUD, BP, right, and allow the uses that are currently allowed, or change it as we have proposed with the reduced density, the residential, zoning that were proposed, change it to those 3 straight zone districts, R6, R13, and R24. Those are the 2 choices that are before you tonight. The property is not designated as undeveloped open space, and it will not remain. That's not one of the choices on the table. And so I just want to make sure that that's really clear too. Sort of even, CPW acknowledged that in their letter when they said, hey, we're not saying we recommend you don't develop it. We're saying when you develop, we recommend that you undertake these various measures in order to protect and address wildlife, and we absolutely intend to do that at the site planning stage. And the last thing I'll say about that is that it will be much easier in a residential development to manipulate the site plan in order to accommodate things like wildlife corridors, wetlands, buffers, and so on, than if you have the type of commercial and industrial development that is currently allowed, only because those uses require much larger lots, much larger footprints, much more squared off type of development, and are much less flexible in terms of where they are willing to be located within a site. Whereas with a residential development, like what we're talking about, there's a lot more opportunity for curvilinear type of design that can really accommodate the natural features of the property. So it is our view that the ability to address those issues is actually significantly enhanced by this proposed zoning change. So just those introductory comments. I would like to now really address the comments that were made about traffic, because that is one of the criteria, the impact on the transportation system, and I'd like to ask Curtis Rowe to come up here and answer some of the questions that were asked about levels of service and the impact on the transportation system if this rezoning is approved.
Thanks, Carolyn. Again, Curtis Rowe, Kimley Horn, thank you. So you have those two questions about the level of service that was brought up. You know, as I mentioned, all of the intersections, the surrounding intersections and the accesses work with acceptable level of service. The access plan and the roadway improvements and signalization that's being done out there was actually done to support the commercial, the existing BP zoning. You know, that zoning generates 16,000 vehicles per day. This is residential rezone, which is a down zoning in terms of traffic to 9,300. So obviously with less traffic, having the same roadway configuration network, everything actually works better than it did under the commercial. And everything still works okay. So the roadway network and intersections worked fine under the commercial scenario. They work even better under the residential. And then the other thing was relative to background traffic. Our study did include all surrounding developments in the background conditions. We studied both a near-term and a long-term horizon. Our 2045 horizon included full build-out of the entire area using the DRCOG planning model, and so we used those growth projections. And so that is done. That is in the traffic study, and so that was done appropriately.
Thank you, Curtis. Just a couple other quick points, and then we look forward to entertaining your questions. I forgot to mention, as part of our presentation, a very important point. It is in our written materials, and some of the speakers alluded to it, but I forgot to say it here at the podium tonight, and that is that the developer is committed to providing workforce housing. And when I say workforce housing, what we're talking about specifically is on parcel 1-2, which is designated for workforce housing. The developer is proposing to restrict 10% of that housing for people making 80% of area median income in order to provide opportunities for firefighters, teachers, and other great citizens of this community to be able to afford to live here. You know, if we want to get into the mechanics of how we accomplish that, I'd be glad to talk to the city attorney about that. I don't think it can be made a condition of approval of this rezoning because you don't have a policy in that regard, but we would be pleased to enter into an agreement with the city committing that that's what they plan to do, and whether we enter into an agreement or not, that's what they plan to do. So I just want to be really clear about that intention of the developer. It was stated at the Planning Commission. They have stated it at all the public meetings, and that is their commitment, regardless. Similarly, and I think you could make this a condition of approval if you wanted to, the commitment to make the units on the adjacent to the eastern boundary to be single story. You know, that is a commitment that the developer has made and is willing to live by, and if we need to confer about the wording of a condition of approval, we're happy to do that. So just wanted to make sure I said that on the record. One commenter mentioned, well, there were actually two comments about schools. One was a concern that maybe the schools might not be able to accommodate the new students that might be generated by this development. And another concern, kind of the opposite perspective of that, that actually the school enrollment in this vicinity is decreasing and that the schools would appreciate having the opportunity to have more students to serve. What I can say is that there is already an 18-acre site that has been dedicated to the school district within the Candelas project, and at least to date, the school district has indicated that they are not desiring to build on that school site because they do not have sufficient demand for it. But they have it, it's been dedicated to them, and if it turns out that this rezoning generates sufficient students to trip the wire for the school district, they already have the school site to accommodate that. I think that covers all the things that were on my list, and we'll be glad to answer the rest of your questions. I think the bottom line is we have demonstrated that this application meets all of the requirements for the comp plan amendment and the rezoning, and we will be glad to demonstrate that it meets site plan criteria and subdivision plat criteria when we come back in front of the city for those applications.
Thank you so much. I will now open it for council questions. Councilmember Pfeiffer.
All right. So we'll bounce around. Did I hear that you have both those signals approved, traffic signals, and that they can be
Let me
implemented
ask Curtis
and
to
installed?
come back to the podium for that.
Your blue stars?
Yes, the blue stars. So Hallett is approved, the warrants are met, so we have to do a warrant study, and you have to approve that based upon existing counts. And so we did a warrant study for CDOT. That means that it is approved, it is being constructed. The other one is approved in concept. Obviously, there is no traffic there at that intersection location, but CDOT has agreed to that being a full movement signalized intersection in the future when warrants are met. So they're different because Hallett obviously needs
So
a signal today
is
and it's
Hallett
being
happening?
signalized.
It is happening?
It is happening,
And
yes.
who's paying for it? We are, or the, okay. See, they don't even have to say words, they just have to point. Basically, they said you all are. I see Charlie and Greg over there. Well, that's great news. I'm worried about the second light because the warrants thing is a way to say no on the light, but that light needs to be there because we're going to get a lot of illegal left turns.
Yeah, we're showing that it will be warranted. You know, it's serving both the north and south side of the State Highway 72, so the commercial on the south side and that development on the north. That is the primary way for traffic to make a left out, even out of that commercial area to the west.
It's the only way.
Yeah, the only way. So based on that, it's going to meet warrants.
Okay.
Once that development's in.
Because I worry about the QT, well, that's not your problem, but it is kind of your problem.
Right, but all of that will lead towards that meeting the
Okay.
warrant, yes.
I mean, that's pretty close to that railroad crossing, and I don't know what the final plan is with that, but I'm sure you'll figure out. I mean, it's only a spur. I don't know. What do you get, a dozen? I don't know. I never see a train on there anyway, so I don't, it's very rare. So
Right.
how do you see that interacting, I guess, with the widening of 72, this possible warranted, and then this railroad track right next to it? I'm just trying to, picture what the traffic might do there.
Yep, so we've done that, we do that all the time at intersections that are in close proximity to railroad. If it was an active track, what we would do is put actuation on the track so that the trains that are approaching change the phase of the signal so that we're
Okay.
not introducing the traffic.
Okay,
to and
so
from that.
the plan would, I'm hoping we have some plan with some relationship with that track.
It would,
I'm gonna look.
yeah.
Okay.
It's common, that's the way we do those signal designs for any signalized intersection near a railroad.
Okay. So you're bringing your own water, JCMD? Right? Or how's this water working? Let's talk about this water real quick. How's this water working? Come on up here, Greg. Are we going to pump it out of that little lake of yours over there?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. Greg Bradbury, 8775 Blue Mountain Drive, Arvada. And I'm a partner with Charlie and Jeff in Candelas. And I'm also on the Metro District Board. And Charlie and I have been partners since '89 when we annexed this property to Arvada. So on the water issue, we get our water from the city. We have IGAs that allow to do that. We have commercial water right now. We have some residential, but not enough for this whole project and stuff. We have enough water for commercial residential or commercial development if this approval is done for the residential portion. We don't have enough of residential water without gross reservoir and stuff. So we have to wait. That's why the staff report has us that we can't move forward with the residential without water.
So say that again. You can move with some of it, but not
Some
all
of it, but not all of it.
But I'm looking at staff too. We would hold permits to make sure the water was good, or is that how that would work? Yeah, sorry, Rob, somebody.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, they have, we've negotiated a development agreement with them that basically says we have the say as to when we will provide the water for this project.
Okay, so there's rules there that you just can't go
There's
develop
rules.
with no water.
Correct.
I mean, that's not good for any
Correct.
of us.
Not good for anybody.
Okay, thank
But
you.
we do have some residential water, so we're
Yeah.
not out there.
Yeah.
Just not enough yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Greg. So I'm a little concerned. You made a statement that well, before I get to that, let me go back traffic. One thing that throws me a little bit, you say rooftops, and Indiana's more, oh wait, who did retail? Who did retail?
The market, Eric.
That could be traffic too. You said Indiana was more of where everyone wants to be next to retail and rooftops and so forth. It's interesting because 93 at that intersection and Indiana have almost the same exact traffic counts, 21,000 a day. So I'm curious why that wouldn't be attractive to those corners when you have 21,000 going north and south and you have about 10,000 going east and west.
Yeah, it's not all about traffic counts. It's proximity to residential density. And if you go east of Indiana, you'll see just by aerials, there's a ton more rooftops. In addition to that, retailers generally like to be around what we call an anchor. In this case, King Soopers. You know, most people come to that little pocket for retail because they're going to go to King Soopers, go grocery shopping, and then make quick stops around that. And so in most instances, retailers like to be around other anchors because that's where the activity is. That's why people kind of get out of their house, into the car to go grocery shopping and hit the other spots. So
Yeah.
it's not all about traffic counts. And then as you go west of the intersection that we're talking about, there's essentially no rooftops and no possibility of rooftops. So it's a tough sale when they're considering a regional trade area.
Yeah, I just think the behavior of the folks out west is, we already drive, since I live out there too. We drive to Boulder and we drive to Golden to go to anywhere. And we don't go to Old Town because it's too far away. So it's interesting that we have a last greenfield area, and yet I just need the anchors out there to, maybe this QT will do us some good, but I don't want to give up on that corner. So, I mean, I hate that we're just having a few little spots there on that corner. Because the corners, retailers always want corners no matter what. It doesn't.
Yeah.
And we're keeping
And we're keeping a lot of
I
retail.
know, it's just very minimal, with it. So I just think that there's just as much, and they're going to widen that road to four lanes. So, 93 is going to be widened in the next few years. So I just think that traffic could draw business, especially because everyone's commuting from Boulder to there. You don't always need rooftops. So it's an interesting spin that you're saying you have to have rooftops, but yet everyone out there wants to drive.
I would say a majority, not always, for like gas stations, they don't, they're expecting drive-by traffic, but in a lot of cases with everyday goods such as grocery and other stuff.
Because I think there was an interest of Starbucks at one point because they agreed, but I think that went away.
Yeah,
so.
and maybe that does come back,
Okay.
and quite frankly, that uses about a half acre of land.
Okay.
Right, so it's what can we find that absorbs a lot of land, and that's where we've run into trouble. It's just,
Starbucks comes back, we got plenty of room for that.
I want Dutch Brothers. Just do Dutch Brothers. I like them better. Or a local's good.
I can add a little bit to that answer too, from a traffic perspective. So those commercial uses from a pass-by volume, they attract 30% of their business from traffic that's already on the street. So that is a high volume that's driving by that site, but only 30% of the traffic is captured from those people. The other 70% are from the surrounding residential areas. And so that's what leads to that. I've not thought of it in terms of, because I do the traffic portion, but 70% of the traffic that's generated by these types of commercial centers are new to the area. They are brought in from other destinations, other origins to this destination.
When you do your traffic pattern and stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, and that's based on actual studies. So IT has done surveys, and they know that 30% of the traffic is from people that are just passing by that come to that retail center, whereas 70% of it drove to it from some other location.
Okay.
And then drive back to that source.
Okay, and then you made a statement that there was a boilerplate from CPW about the adverse impact to the environment. I disagree with you, since I live out there. They have a lot of accuracy, since we do have 800 head elk right in my backyard. So, it is a real thing out there. And just like we told on the last hearing we had on this, I think that we need to be very, very thoughtful around the environment, especially the wildlife out there, and the night sky. We do have birds of prey like bald eagles and barn owls. And, I know this is more of a site plan, but I will be calling this up. So you're going to come back and see us in the site plan. Because it needs to be very, very thoughtful. So I would take that CPW not as, it's a nice to have. I'd probably take it more as a requirement. Because I will have it back up here as a site review, site plan review. and we'll look at it then.
That wasn't really a question, but may I respond?
Yeah, no, it's a statement. I just want to make sure you're prepared, so when you
Yeah.
come back in a few months,
Absolutely.
you can't say, well, I didn't know about it. I'm
No,
telling
of
you,
course.
I'm wanting it.
I went through this letter and I circled everywhere where they say, we recommend you do this, we recommend you do that. Work with CPW when you design your site. Check, we will absolutely do that. We recommend avoiding construction during the winter season, scheduling construction, blah, blah, blah. Totally. Recommends no surface occupancy on Big Dry Creek. Yes. So like we went through all of these things and I agree with you. These are important wildlife considerations. This is presently undeveloped. There are wildlife present. And all of these are things that will absolutely be undertaken as part of the site planning. CPW recommends conducting an appropriate wetland delineation. Absolutely at site plan. Encourages the planning and protection of a wildlife movement corridor. Absolutely, at the site plan stage. Fencing should be minimized. Minimize the duration and volume of audible disturbances where possible.
Yeah, noise and light, your noxious weed control plans.
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to say that
Yeah.
we need to be seeing all of that. I don't need a luminaire light every 5 feet on a block, you know. I think those kind of things we need to think about when we're doing the site planning, so just be aware.
Understood.
It's not part of the zoning, but be aware. But it does lead me to a question that you said, she said, so it's for my attorney, she said, I can't put a conditional approval on maybe some of the restrictions
On the affordable housing.
on the affordable
Yeah.
housing. But part of my decision-making on the zoning is that I've been sold that an R24 is workforce housing. It says it on your drawings. If that's not your plan or your intentions, then how am I to feel that R24, that density is right then? Because I'm looking for workforce housing, and that's what you're telling me, that you might do, but you might not have to do. So how can I support this rezoning if they can't commit to a restriction that it will be workforce housing or a portion of it has to be workforce housing?
I think it comes back down to those criteria that we're looking at right now. So unless we have incorporated that sort of requirement into our criteria, we can't incorporate that into our conditions of approval. So I think from what Ms. White has been saying, they're willing to agree to put something in writing for us. We can't formally require it, but they may be willing to voluntarily to agree to some of those things, so.
Because then I can't support an R24 if I don't know that there's something that we need, which is workforce housing. It just seems like there's a switch and bait with this conversation around
Hold on.
R24.
Councilmember Davis, I'm jumping on this one.
Yeah, in their presentation, it was stated that the developer is committed to provide workforce housing on 1-2 parcel. They said it's not a condition of approval, but they are committed to providing that workforce housing.
I've been doing this long enough to know that you can say that on that microphone, and you're under oath, and you could do opposite unless it's under the condition of approval. So that doesn't mean anything right now to me.
If I recall earlier, Ms. White, during your comments, you mentioned that the developer would be willing to sign some form, strike an agreement with the city that would have the same sort of binding purpose as a condition of approval.
Exactly, a side agreement.
Okay.
Or a letter agreement, whatever the city attorney thinks is the appropriate format.
Okay.
We'll do that. We'll do that, Bob.
Okay.
There's no problem.
Yeah, because I
We'll
just
get
don't
to it
want
right
to
now.
switch and pay. Yeah. I got it right here. You wanna sign it?
All 7 of us have heard this.
Yeah, Charlie, Jeff, and I on that.
And if I can, if they have volunteered, and we can enter into a development agreement that's signed by both parties and recorded that memorializes that.
So that as well as the age-focused area as well?
Yes.
Because it's housing stock diversity is what we're looking for, and we get excited around when people say it, and then when dirt gets moved and it's not, then I get frustrated and they get to hear it. Because I could point out developments that have said it over and over, and they did something opposite when it moved.
Yeah, we'd be glad to work with staff to document that appropriately and to do so rapidly following tonight.
Yeah? I don't feel warm and fuzzy about it, but I guess we can always bring you back up for a site plan and grill you on that too. But So no condition on that, all right. We'll come back on that then. Let me think about that. I might need to talk to you a little bit more about that. That's all the questions I have right now. I may have some more later after discussion.
Councilmember Ambrose, you're next.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I was surprised to see a lot of documentation from the community regarding the canal and not a lot of documentation from the applicant or staff about the canal, like what is the current use of it, what happens with it, what are the plans for it. So can somebody, either the applicant or staff, just talk more about which ones are active use? Is it being planned to move? What is going on there?
I'll take that one. Last Chance Ditch kind of traverses this property west to east. This is actually being broken out in a site plan. They've already come in for a pre-application to move it, and there are probably no less than 10 different referral agencies that'll have a hand in that movement, anywhere from the Army Corps to the state, DWR in the state. There's a lot of different, and then all the stakeholders in that ditch itself. So, there's several, City of Westminster, Charlie McKay, JCMD has a stake in that too. So, and then there's also other ones, MHFD, which will have a say in the mapping of Big Dry Creek, because there is some dispute about if that kind of location of Big Dry Creek on the maps is correct or not. If there's been breaks in pipes that cross under Boulder Canal, what the true kind of water course direction is that. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to have to go into that, and it's more of a site plan issue than it is zoning.
Okay, and overall, the canal will have to be moved out of the areas, right?
Yeah, regardless of whatever development comes here, it'll be shifted in some form or fashion with whatever development starts.
Right, because you can't build houses around a canal, a utility canal like that, right?
No.
So it'll have to move.
It'll have to
out
move.
of it.
Yep.
Okay. And then with the abandoned line, was the park that you suggested there kind of a recognition of the way the land lies and where it's going to pool there, or are you planning remediation around those areas, or what? Or is it too early to be asking about that?
I think I better ask someone who worked on the site design to answer that question.
Okay.
I don't suppose we could get our map back up there so you could show me which one you're talking about.
Well, it's the one where you had, here's the green stars where we're putting in a park, and one of the park areas happens to be, I think, pretty close to where the abandoned line shows historical ponding.
Do you know what she's talking about?
Kind of.
Okay,
Hi,
introduce yourself.
I'm David Kuntz. I'm an engineer with Martin.
Yeah, there it is.
I was the engineer on the original development as well. So where it was showing ponding, there was an old open surface canal, and Denver Water went through and put in a box culvert, which basically blocked off the existing drainage way. So what you're seeing is just the localized area ponding whenever it rains.
So are you planning to put a park there?
We're planning on overlap grading the site and pushing the drainage to a pond. That's the blue in kind of the northeast corner.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
When you all were talking about the commercial development, and perhaps this isn't attractive to commercial retailers, but there's two more, I would say, transportation corridors that'll be coming to the area. One is Mountain Rail, and the other one is the completion of the Jefferson Parkway. And is that kind of well, who knows when those things would actually happen, 10 years, 20 years, so I'm not going to build a big box, store here when I don't know when that additional traffic is going to be coming in?
While Eric's making his way up here, I'll say, at least from my perspective, I think that may be a relevant factor. But what I think is more relevant is this graphic that Eric showed earlier. As he was alluding to, particularly large retailers that serve as anchors like to have a 360-degree, what they call trade area, meaning that they could have potential customers coming from rooftops on all four sides, 360 degrees. And so if you look at that little yellow star, which is our site, two-thirds of the circle around us is open space that could never be developed. So even if those transportation corridors develop, they might increase the traffic that could come from existing directions, but traffic will never come right from the north or from the west or from the southwest to patronize commercial retail at this location because that's permanently protected open space.
Okay, did you want to add any comment to this?
I completely agree. It's a future rooftop issue. About the Jefferson Parkway, if that does get built eventually at that particular intersection, we do have commercial land as well. So
Okay, so
we
it's
did
just more
address that.
attractive on Indiana still from where the Parkway and
Exactly.
the Mountain Rail are currently projected to stop.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. And then looking at I know this is a site plan, but looking at 1-5, the parcel, so I was curious about how this seems to have more density than parcel 1-6, but less access for evacuation reasons.
I'm
And
trying
so
to think
I'm
who the right person to answer that question is.
Yeah.
It's really sort of a traffic circulation question.
Right, yeah, like, is there any way, like, as you develop the site plan to give more? Because one of the issues with the Marshall Fire that we realize with the neighborhoods out there is they don't have enough evacuation points. And so it seems odd to me that parcel 1-6 has, 6 dwelling units per acre, and has like those 2 access points at 72, but then parcel 1-5, which has 13 dwelling units, has 1 access to 72, and not really sure if they have enough, even though they have higher density. It looks like parcel 1-2 has plenty. They have like 4 coming out into their own, their own road next to the commercial development, but 1-5 seems to just not have enough.
That's good observation and good question. That access for parcel 1-5 is a signalized full movement, so you'll be able to make left turns in and out at that intersection. Whereas the 2 intersections for parcel 1-6, one of those is restricted to right in, right out movements only. The other one is full movement, but it's unsignalized. And so given that each of these parcels stand alone, have adequate access for movements into and out of them. But again, the plan is to have cross-access between these. Everybody can share the accesses, the 4 along State Highway 72 and the 1 along State Highway 93.
Well, I mean, that addresses like traffic patterns, but when you want to evacuate, you want just as many lanes as possible away from the mountains. So that's kind of what I guess I'm questioning about for when you bring back into the site plan, if you can rework that, or if you have plans or other ideas about how to make more evacuation access.
Those are CDOT state highways, and so we have to follow their requirements for intersection spacing, and so we've done that. We got these to be as tight as possible, and really it was based upon the commercial zoning. If we went in now with residential, if we were doing this when we originally did the plan 4 years ago, it would be more common, more likely that CDOT would say, remove an access rather than give us another.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Yep.
Those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mormon.
Thank you. I'm just going to follow up on some of the comments and questioning from Councilmember Pfeiffer on a couple of topics. Starting with the workforce housing, I appreciate the acknowledgement and working with staff on an agreement. So I'm just going to acknowledge that and want to see that move forward. And then also with the wildlife issues that were raised by CPW, appreciate your response on that. I do think that we can make some conditional use tonight just to make sure that's solidified under criteria 4 of the rezoning, so I'll be recommending that. And then a question that hasn't come up about public transit. So recognizing that there's not public transit except on a bus that still goes up and down 93, right? But looking at east-west, there is not any currently. Is there I get that this potentially would provide higher density, and we can make a case for public transit in the future. So my question really is, what are you doing and thinking about planning for more public transit in this area as you're developing it?
Yeah, I think that might also be a Curtis question, yeah?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, through the Arvada Transportation System Plan, that was one of the things that we worked on, talked through, with the city in terms of expanding transit and how we expand transit to these areas. With residential here, it has been noted that Candelas is outside of the zone where transit service is provided, and that is something that the city and or the development can work with RTD to bring about transit to this area. If transit is served, then that frontage along State Highway 72 has plenty of right-of-way. You can build in, bus stop, bus turnout, bus shelters. All of that would fit perfectly in that corridor, and we would provide connections, from the residential areas to those bus stops.
Great. I just want to make sure that as we're moving forward with the site plan, that we're thinking about that and that it's not becoming an afterthought later when we're like, oh, now we're ready for transit, but we haven't designed for it. So I just want to make sure that that's going on.
Right. And the traffic signal there too is nice because then it provides the pedestrian crossing to get to the one side, each side of the street for the bus stops that are on each side.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's it for now. Thank you.
I just want to add on the RTD issue. We actually met with RTD probably 12, 15 years ago, including your staff, because there was kind of a park and ride out there and stuff, and we were sitting there and we showed them our plans and said, do you guys want to do a park and ride here? And so we talked to them about a park and ride and they declined to do one and stuff at that point. So we were trying. So I think the more development we get, I think this might help with discussions with RTD.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you so much. For this one, I've only got like 1.5 questions, I guess. So in regards to the zoning and rezoning approval criteria, number 1, the reflection of conditions have changed. I'm interested in learning a little more. Have other areas been rezoned from industrial to residential? That 85 feet does seem kind of drastic. As a newer council member, have other areas of Candelas been industrial and they were residential, or is there a history of this?
I can answer.
I was going to
You
say, we
can.
have a couple of council members who want to jump in on this one, but I'm going to let staff take the first crack, and then we'll...
And I apologize. Julie and I were talking about a different topic. Could you repeat your question? I apologize.
Definitely, no worries at all. So in regards to criteria 1 for the zoning and rezoning, basically have other areas been rezoned from industrial to residential?
Yes, up here in the Candelas area, actually the Trailstone development was zoned PUD BP, the same zoning, and was rezoned to R6 for residential.
And real quickly, Councilmember Levison, before your next question. So I think the mayor's probably already thinking about this as well, but we are nearing 11:30. So I think we're at a point I feel comfortable. We're going to get this done tonight, but council has to do that motion to set aside the rules to go past 11:30 in order to finish the meeting.
The lights go out at 11:55, so we'll do that if we're still going. But you know what, let's just go ahead and do a quick motion so that we can keep going, then we'll come to your next question. So who can hit their button the fastest? All right, Councilmember Pfeiffer.
So moved.
All right, all votes? All votes are cast, 7-0, rules are suspended, we're continuing the meeting. Councilmember Levison, your next question, please.
No worries, happy we got that done. The other one was just with number 3 for the approval criteria, and I was just going to say thank you for clarifying in regards to the water and what the whole situation is there and why there's a little pause on that.
On your question on the zoning, originally back in '89, this whole project was zoned industrial. When the plant was operating and all that kind of stuff. So we've gone through major transition from straight industrial zoning to what it is today.
Thank you so much.
I see no additional lights, so I will open it to council debate and/or motions.
No, we can sit down.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Well, I'd like to reserve the motion.
They're yours.
If is there debate? Does someone want to debate me? Do you want to debate?
I'll throw in a couple comments.
All right, go for it, Councilmember
I
Griffith.
always enjoy an opportunity to have a debate with Councilmember Pfeiffer. Yes. No, I don't think it's going to be that difficult. I mean, I think, for me, I hear what the community's having to say here, and I think that there are some valid concerns. I'm also looking at this as what we're being asked to do here is make a decision on whether or not this rezoning makes sense. And I am struggling, I have to say this honestly to you guys, I'm struggling to see how what's being proposed is in any way measurably or even like a concern of a worse outcome for what could be built out there used by right. And I think as much as we've talked about it, I mean, we've gotten into a level of detail, and maybe Councilmember Pfeiffer, you can weigh in on this. We've gotten into a level of detail on the way the site is going to function that I would argue could be outside of the scope of the question that we're being asked. But I also have to acknowledge that sometimes we're shown information and we can't unsee it. So it becomes a part of the discussion. So I don't know if that's a question, but it's just, those are my thoughts.
Oh, I agree. I think it's important to, like I was saying to the applicant, I think it's important for them to know where my thoughts are going, but it's not necessarily my thoughts that would weigh in on the approval of the criteria or of the zoning and the comprehensive plan, because it doesn't meet. Some of my questions were a little bit outside of that. But I did want to figure out what I could put as a condition on the zone, and trying to understand where those limitations are is important for me.
And I think we've heard a lot of really interesting things from the applicant about what this development could offer the community, things that we talk about we need all the time. And it's very tempting to say, write it down, sir, as I think was offered directly, and sign it. I think we have to trust staff and the process that they're going to go through with this applicant if they move forward, that they're going to hold them to the commitments they made under oath in this conversation.
Yeah, I agree, but staff knows I have some issues with some other ones we approved. See, they all shake their heads because I'm trying to hold people accountable for being under oath, and I can think of two off the top of my head that have not followed with what they said under oath. West Town's one, and Tri Point. But that all being said, if there's no more debate, that's a good conversation.
Councilmember Davis has her light on.
So thank you. And not to, add a little bit to the debate. I don't know if any of you remember back in the 1900s when there was this little plant called Rocky Flats. I never ever thought that anybody would live in Candelas. This is 1986, and it was zoned light industrial. And so when the city council moved to make it to make it residential, I don't think we had this much debate about it. So, it was like, let's just go ahead and build right outside of the buffer zone, and everybody gets to sign this piece of paper that says I won't have a garden. Now, I will say it did take 30 years for the development for design and then get to be built. And so I think there is a level of precedent that has been set that says that, we can build out there. I think that those large warehouses that are not being used is an example of maybe a poor development, because now we're getting kind of screamed at by the homeowners that live on the north side of 72, Highway 72, that now they get to look at these buildings. I think that if we have an opportunity to rezone and build something that might be moderately palatable to the neighbors, I think we might be able to take that chance. I think it's important that we change with the times, and I think we just can't be stuck in the past and what woulda, coulda, shoulda. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cell phones and computers in our pockets.
All right, with that, Councilmember Pfeiffer, you have the motions.
Yeah, before I do that, can I debate one more time? No, but, and you all understand, especially, Charlie and Greg, we don't have retail. And we got to protect and we all need to think about this, we got to protect our sales tax base at the end of the day. We can't provide services without it. And over time, and I said this with the Trailstone, we keep eroding away the last little bits of it all the time, and then now we have houses that we only get $100 or $200 or whatever it is a year off of a house for revenue, and that's nothing. And so when we don't have the sales tax, we're just hurting ourselves. We can't maintain our infrastructure, we can't improve our infrastructure, we can't, you're going to grow our infrastructure and then hand it to us, and I can't maintain it because I don't have the revenues. It's important for the people up here to protect the overall health, not just look for a diverse housing, but we've got to look at this property is not going to generate, we're not going to be like, yes, there's revenue coming in. It's going to be revenue that's going to go to Golden and Boulder right now. I mean, that's where they're going to go spend their money. So
Councilmember Pfeiffer,
that would be the debate.
Do you mind if I just throw one?
Sure.
I love that comment. I don't disagree with it, but as a counterpoint, one of the reasons that we have to spend more and more on our infrastructure is because people are leaving and coming into our city every day.
That's true too.
One of the things that this does different than if we were to wait forever for it not to be commercial, because it just isn't, there's no market. I mean, I'm not saying that because I'm an expert, it's just what's not happened up there. Now we'll have some population up there that could drive some interest in some retail spaces. But it also could be an opportunity for less wear and tear on our roads coming in and out of the city. So I don't know if we can actually measure it, but I think logically there's a counterpoint to that statement that you made.
Well, and there's a counterpoint to that as well, because if we had more commercial, there'd be more local jobs that local people can go to that can stay local.
They're all sick.
So you all get our debates that we get. So
It's all very cyclical, and it is all part of
It's
the
important.
it's all of the ecosystem, and it's also not relevant to the vote we're about to have. Motions, please.
Actually, I think it is, because we're getting rid of commercial right now.
Well, and I will testify, I was at that 2019 hearing, it was one of my first ones, and I vividly recall you making that exact argument, so I'll back you up.
I actually said no to Trailstone, but.
You did.
Can I jump in here?
Oh,
for a
sure.
second?
Go
Okay,
for it.
lovely.
I have notes.
So I think just coming back to the fact that this is a land use decision only, and it's not approval of the final project or anything like that, but also it's on the criteria provided. So whether we disagree or agree with the vision we'd like to see, it's based on kind of our criteria. So just throwing that out there to bring us all back.
Thank you. Our first one, are we ready for motions?
Yep, let's go for it,
Okay.
one at a time.
I move that CP 26-0001, a resolution by the Planning Commission for the City of Arvada, Colorado, to amend the 2014, am I in the right one? I am.
Yep.
2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation pertaining to a portion of Candelas Parcel 1-2 from the City of Arvada Neighborhood Community Commercial to City of Arvada High Density Residential, a parcel of land located at the northeast corner of intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93, ratified and approved. I don't think we want any other conditions on that, right?
No.
Okay.
Councilmember Ambrose, you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. I'm in favor of the motion and probably all the motions on this generally because I appreciate the staff and the applicant meeting all the criteria, but also the residents who say we want this instead of a commercial zoning. And I think the days in which the commercial zoning could have been like a celery farm are gone. You know, it's going to be, and I think the trick is like what you said, Councilmember Pfeiffer, is holding to the agreements that it is 55 plus housing, that it is workforce housing. It's the kind of housing diversity that we need that we can't get in the redevelopment. But I appreciate the trust in the applicant and our team to make that happen.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Mormon, you wish to speak?
Thank you. Just briefly, I will be supporting this motion as well. I think Probably the biggest thing that gives me pause in the conversation we had this evening is the water. And so I'm, I'm comforted by hearing from staff and from the conversation that, that the development will not proceed without confirmation that there is enough water for that development. And so I will certainly be looking at that as we go through this process, but I will be approving this tonight with that understanding. So thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to echo that comment about water. I think it's something that maybe we could think about the messaging on that so that the public understands some of these technical things that gets lost, that there is the ability to hold back a permit if we don't have the water for it, even if a rezoning has been approved. I think that's something that may have gotten lost in translation. I think this is a net win compared to what it could be. With that being said, I wanted to let the folks that are still here know that I really appreciate the comments that you had and that you brought to the table. I think that they are relevant items. I think they become more relevant as the discussions with staff and the applicant, if they move forward, get to a site planning phase. So definitely, I think, keep up the interest that you guys brought to the table today. And I wanted to thank the applicant for being creative. I think it probably would have been better for you guys if this would have worked out 20 years ago as a commercial development or an industrial development, but you're still here, you're still working on things with the city, and I appreciate that. And thank you for helping us to achieve some of our goals around affordable housing. I think that's really important, especially out west. So thank you, I'll be supporting.
All right, I just need your vote. All right, all votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Councilmember Pfeiffer, you have the next motion.
I move that Council Bill 26-012, an ordinance rezoning certain lands within the City of Arvada, Candelas, Parcel 1-2 from City of Arvada PUD Planned Unit Development to the City of Arvada R24, Residential 24, and Arvada CG, which is Commercial General, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado. I want to put a condition on this, but approved on the final reading number 40-928 in order published by title only. But I want to add in that, I don't know, I'm going to look to the attorney to help, but I do think that CPW letter needs to be part of that, because criteria 4 talks about it, and I think we need to take it seriously knowing the wildlife that we do have out there.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm going to defer to Mr. Smetana and Ms. Duncan for the phrasing around this and the way that they want to, what they think is reasonable in terms of how we frame the condition.
Well, what I can say is we will do the exact same referral to them when we have a site plan, and so they will give us likely the same comments, if not more detailed comments at that level. And that will then be, that's also a criteria of site plan approval. So even if we don't have a condition, that would be part of the site plan review, which then you have an option to review as a call-up. So there are several layers where that can occur.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they still want the condition.
Still want the
just to have it in
condition
there.
that meets the.
Do we have the date?
It changes nothing.
I think we can say that it can be a condition of approval based on the date of the letter. That way we have it
CPW
that
letter that's been received in the public record.
Yeah, date. Yeah.
For
these items.
You want a date? I think there's
June 10th.
June 10th of this year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you tie it to that date, that clearly states which letter we're talking about.
Ms. White?
Mayor, if I may just ask some clarification around the exact language. I think what I'm hearing you say is that the condition would say something like, applicant shall demonstrate at the site plan stage that they have addressed all of the comments in CPW letter dated blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, mitigated it. Yep, mitigated and addressed.
Okay.
That satisfies CPW.
If the wording is something like that, similar, I think that we are in agreement with that condition.
Yeah, okay.
So
As
then,
stated.
do we have as stated, so we have a motion on the table with the amendment as stated by Ms. White with the letter dated June 10th, 2026.
Yep. Okay.
Ms. Morris, does that work for you?
That works. I think we're clear for the record in terms of what we're referring to.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. If council will cast their votes. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Item number 3, Councilmember Pfeiffer.
All right. I move that CP 2026-00002, the resolution by the Planning Commission for the City of Arvada, Colorado, to amend the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation pertaining to a portion of Candelas Parcel 1-5 from City of Arvada Neighborhood Community Commercial to City of Arvada High Density Residential, a parcel of land located at the northeast corner of intersection Highway 72 and Highway 93 be ratified and approved.
Councilmember Ambrose, you wish to speak?
Yes, which motion are we putting the staff recommendation that's approved upon water? Or is that purely a permitting process? It's not part of the rezoning?
That's a development agreement that we already have and has already been signed by both parties.
Okay, so there's no need to put a restriction on our motions. Okay.
All right, all votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Item number 4.
I move that Council Bill 26-013, an ordinance rezoning certain land within the City of Arvada, Candelas Parcel 1-5 from City of Arvada PUD Planned Unit Development to City of Arvada R13, Residential 13, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado, a 26.68 acre parcel of land located at the northeast corner of intersection Highway 72 and Highway 93 be approved on final reading number 4929 and order published by title only, with the same condition that the letter dated on June 10th, CPW is blah, blah, blah.
As stated.
As stated.
All right, all votes will be cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Item number 5.
I move that CP 2026-0003, I think the other one had too many zeros in it, a resolution by the Planning Commission for the City of Arvada, Colorado, to amend the 2014 Arvada Comprehensive Plan land use designation pertaining to a portion of Candelas Parcel 1-6 from City of Arvada Neighborhood Community Commercial to City of Arvada Suburban Residential, a parcel of land located on the northeast corner of intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93 be ratified and approved.
All right, all votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you. Final item.
I move that Council Bill 26-014, an ordinance rezoning certain lands within the City of Arvada, Candelas Parcel 1-6 from the City of Arvada PUD Planned Unit Development to the City of Arvada Residential or R6 Residential 6, and amending the official zoning maps of the City of Arvada, Colorado, a 35.33 acre parcel of land located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Highway 72 and Highway 93 be approved on final reading number 4930 and published by title only, with that said motion of that dated letter of June 10th. I make it up every time.
As stated.
As stated. But we all know it.
All right.
Okay.
That passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Now I will close the public hearing portion of this evening's agenda. I will now open it to the 5-minute public comment limit. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes? Ms. Clemens.
You may wonder why I'm here. Lynn Clemens, president of Westwood Villas HOA. Traffic, traffic, traffic. You just approved 9,000 more trips. Yes, it's in Northwest Arvada, but this will affect Southwest Arvada too. 40% of the trips will be going east to Indiana. We are hamstrung in the city, and I know you know this, with only 2 north-south roads, 93 and Indiana. That's the only way these people are going to be able to get up to 72 in this portion of Northwest Arvada. I'm going to become very friendly with CDOT. I've already been talking to CDOT. Who can help me from the City Council? How can we provide a coalition to get CDOT off the dime to look at Indiana? They have no plans on changing Indiana for a long time. Something has got to give. There's more and more development, as I have shown you in a chart with 39,000 plus additional daily trips. If all of the proposed of what's going on here in Northwest Arvada and the county, I agree, what is going to happen? Something's got to give. We have too many dividers with waterways, reservoirs, canals. There is no place for the traffic to go. Please, somehow we have to look at this development. We have to look at it. I know we want development. I come up to Candelas to shop from Southwest Arvada, but I don't do it during rush hour. So please, let's figure out a way to move CDOT off the dime. I have another concern. We sat through a lot of talk last week about the farm and how that was a jewel in East Arvada. I challenge you as the city council and as the Parks Commission and whatever, what is going to be the jewel of Northwest Arvada? I sat there thinking, we're going to be doing all this development. Where's the planning for a jewel in Northwest Arvada? I would like to see an awesome music venue. The one that we have now at the park near downtown is hard to get to, McElroy Park. Someone's going to get killed crossing the street trying to get to it because it's in a very hard spot. But I think this is an opportunity to find a jewel in Northwest Arvada. Let's not redevelop every single parcel until we get somehow a plan for a jewel. I want to be able to go up there and do something fun and have something great like the Arvada Center, like the farm or something. So those are my two concerns, and I'm going to continue to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give comment at this time? Mr. Rawlick.
This really super fast. Jefferson County obviously did the moratorium for 1 year on data centers. Denver did it as well. Now Grand County has done it. It's a 1-year moratorium to say we need to study the issues, water, sound, proximity to homes, things like that, because every time we're talking about a particular rezoning in this area, the big boogeyman is, a data center could go here instead. End that. Just do what Jeffco did, what Grand County did, what Denver did. And I have a friend running for state office. He'd like to do it statewide for 1 year. Water, electricity, sound. It's a big thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers? Come on up.
Christopher Johnson. To say that I'm a little disappointed is an understatement, simply because of the fact that we are not trying to stop development. We're trying to make sure that it's smart development. Personally, I greatly appreciate the developer saying that they're going to give 10% to working class individuals. But that would only be about 32 units in a 328 unit section. I would have been more happy with 25. If you're really pushing to make this affordable for the people of Arvada, then make it 25%. Give it something that really has meat to it so that the people of Arvada can actually hold on to it and look forward to it. My other thing is if we come to the building department and we want to put together something that we're redoing our house or we're redoing our property, we're expected to follow every single procedure, check every single box. Tonight, the rezoning, the reason that we were not for the rezoning was because they did not prove, where's the letters from CPW? Where are the letters from Union Pacific? So we've approved something that if any one of these individuals comes back and says, not going to happen, what do we do then? Obviously, you can't develop something that someone's not going to let you develop or give access to so that something can be developed. It's a concern. And again, like I said, we're not against development, but we are for common sense development. 24 per acre, that is a huge amount. And if it's not been done in Arvada, why are we doing it now? Those are just some simple questions. And I think that's something that we need to look at in the future for any other rezoning. As well as, we don't have the water, but we can cut off permits for building. Well, if we don't have the water, why are we approving any of it? Because obviously, we want to push this through at some point in time. Shouldn't we be more concerned about water conservation, water containment, and possibly recycling water instead of creating more development that is just taking water that we don't already have? That's all I had to say. So thank you very much for hearing me out. Have a blessed night.
Thank you. Does anyone else in chambers like to give public comment at this time? Come on down. Have you filled out a speaker's form with Ms. Rush? That's okay. I just request that you fill one out before you leave. So come on up, and we'll need your name and address or neighborhood for the public record.
Fatima Imad, 7000 Garrison Street, Majestic View, Frontline Farming. Good evening. I'm tired, y'all. Sorry. Had to pause, take a nap, come back. Not tired because I don't love the work of being a farmer. I'm tired because every week my staff and I breathe wildfire smoke to grow food for our communities. We want to say we're a part of this community. We're going through extreme heat, through uncertainty, through exhaustion, because feeding people is not just a job, it really is our responsibility. We wake up before the sun, we carry water, we rebuild soil, we feed families, we teach children, we stand in fields while others are still asleep because we do believe this work matters. And then we come to these chambers to simply defend our humanity and ask for fair process. Asking again. And we do understand how this chamber is organized as a management council. And we understand the administrative process that prevents you from intervening at this point. Over the last year, Frontline Farming has not simply fought to keep 2 acres of land. We have fought against a story that was written about us instead of with us. Since the last time we came into this chamber, racist vandalism appeared at our farm. Words like dead nigger storage was not just graffiti to us. It was a reminder that Black people still working on this land are not seen as a part of the community, but seen as disposable. When we were here last time, you guys honored Juneteenth. We went to the fields after we warned you guys about how this was racialized to being experiencing that kind of thing. Hadn't experienced it before. These kinds of words carry generations of violence. They're meant to intimidate. They're meant to tell us that we don't belong. So I appreciate looking at you all, and I hope that you're reciprocating to me that we belong and that you see us as an asset. When Ryan Stevenson reduced the reality, again, to simply graffiti when we experience hate speech, I heard something much bigger. I heard the dismissal of our lived experience that Black people carry every day. Racism is never just words on a wall. It shapes whether people feel safe, whether they are relieved, whether their concerns are taken seriously, and whether institutions like you all choose to stand up and protect us. These same patterns show up again and again. False claims are being repeated by this council. We've challenged them, and we'd ask you to look at the record. We've asked for documentation. We've asked for meetings that were then erased or denied the day before them. We asked for mediation or even to pay for it. We've asked for a chance to repair a relationship. We asked for a chance to even be told about an electricity issue so we could cure it. After 7 years, we showed we were a good example and would show up that way. We feel like we're being treated like a problem to be managed. I'd ask you all to take a different approach. We're a public partner that spent years building something extraordinary. My spirit says walk away, but I'm standing here to tell you all, I think we're an asset to your community. I think you should talk to us. I think there are better ways to deal with this. At our last meeting, many of you explained that Arvada has a council manager form of government. I absolutely understand that. I work as a civil servant myself. There is a difference between not managing departments and not exercising leadership. Leadership means asking hard questions. Leadership means demanding accountability. Leadership means refusing to look away when a community tells you it has been harmed. So tonight, I really want to ask for leadership. I ask one member of this council to publicly champion a 99-year lease for
I am so
Frontline.
sorry, ma'am. I'm going to give you about 5 seconds to wrap your thought, okay? Cool.
My second ask would be for the council to pause future parks budget increases.
And there we go. Sorry, that was not for you. That is our chambers. Well, your time is up, but we reset the room, so that was just unfortunate timing.
Yeah, we've sat here for a long time tonight, so I'd ask for 1 minute more.
No, I'm sorry. I have strict rules. I start creating precedents. That doesn't work. So
I'll let my next person go.
Thank you. All right, next person, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Levi Cisneros. Thank you for having me. Part of Frontline Farming. I'm going to start with just saying this whole thing over here doesn't sound like a good idea. It sounds like they're forcing something that shouldn't even be built. And part of the water thing is the main thing. So you guys, hopefully you do well on that. But what Fatima was asking is that a member of the council publicly championed a 99-year lease for Frontline Farming, recognizing that our stewardship has added immeasurable value of this community. And we ask that a council to pause future parks department budget increase until there has been independent review of how community partners are treated, how complaints are investigated, and how discrimination concerns are addressed. You cannot change what has happened, but you can decide what happens next. History will remember more than whether Frontline Farming stayed or left. History will remember whether the city of Arvada chose comfort over courage, silence over accountability, and bureaucracy over justice. We have never stopped growing food. We have never stopped serving this community. Now, it is time for the city to show whether they're willing to grow too. Let me say that these past few weeks since we've been here last, my farmers have been in terror with just, words of violence. Such words shouldn't even come out of people's mouths. And to have me washing it off our bathroom stalls multiple times, and people keep showing up. We've talked to the police department. Thankfully, they are helping, patrol and stuff. But those words are despicable, and you would think that people have grown since, the last 100 years of what is right and wrong, and this is completely wrong, and we're feeling it. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment at this time? Seeing none, I will close public comment and open it to City Council reports. Councilmember Davis.
I don't have anything to report necessarily, but what I want to say is I'm ashamed of my silence for the past year and a half. I have been, and this council knows, I've been a vocal supporter of immigrants, and people of color. And as a person of color, having moved to Arvada 22 years ago, over 22 years ago, I often don't feel like I belong. And it is a problem, and I have remained silent. And now here is my voice. I will do everything I can to support the communities of color, the communities of immigrants, to my best ability. Because being a part of that community means that I have a voice and I have a responsibility. I learned that responsibility from my family. They're African American. I'm half African American and Korean. And I believe that it is my responsibility to speak out for those who cannot speak for themselves. And it's going to make people uncomfortable, and I understand that. And I'm willing to take on that mantle of discomfort of others to make sure that you are all heard. So that is my pledge to you. I had to say this publicly because every time something like this happens, I've been called, in this community, I've been called a nigger, a chink, and a Jap. I'm Korean. So it's time. And I am not going to be a woman whose mouth was closed. So thank you.
All right. Any other council comments or at this time? Okay. Mr. Wick, review of future items?
Thank you, council members. Next week we have the appointee evaluations, so we won't be actually having a council meeting next week. I do want to just address, I know we've been here a long time, but I do want to address just one thing. Earlier tonight when there was the discussion about whether or not to revisit the Welby Gardens issue, there were some comments made about the planning team that I want to address with the city council. So the allegation, I guess I would call it, that was made is that our planning team acted inappropriately. And that had been investigated, and our city team was not acting inappropriately. And we have given that feedback to the community, and this issue, continues to come up. In addition to that, there was a statement made that we were not following the direction of a council decision that had been made. And I just want you to know that we do follow the council direction. That's what our job is. I hope that all of you know that that is what we do, and that's our responsibility. And yet, what's interesting about this is that you also expect us to be responsive to the community when they ask us questions, or when we are contacted by the opposition to a development, let's say, or supporters of that, or even when a developer asks questions of the staff as follow-up for clarification, or may need things as a result of a decision that was made. And our staff spends the time doing that. But if the comment is that because we talked to a developer who had questions after a decision was made, it would seem that we also shouldn't talk to supporters or those that are opposed. And that's not what our job is. Our job is to talk to all of them. So I just want to be clear that we do follow the direction of our city council. That we also fulfill your expectation that we'll be responsive to people when they ask questions. And that's what happened in this case. And I just want you all to be clear that we do those things. And so if there is any question, we're happy to talk about and answer that. But I want you to know that our jobs are to follow the policy and strategic direction of our council, and that's what we do. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, anything from you?
Very little. I just want to echo Mr. Wick's comments, and then also to say, too, that we do have individuals here at the city who are more than happy to sit down and educate members of the community on why it is that we do what we do. I personally am happy to sit down. I am happy to go talk to groups and talk to them about, here's how a development works. Here's why we're doing this. And I think that really helps, or at least I'm hoping that helps with the transparency and trust with the community. But if community members reach out, I will respond. We will respond. We will, talk to them, and we will try to help provide that education. So I just want to lay that out on the table, that is something that we're willing to do, because I think it helps avoid the situations that Mr. Wick is talking about. There's people who see something that we do, and it's not fully apparent why we do it. Instead of saying, oh, that's inappropriate, call us and talk to us. We're happy to spend that time. We're happy to sit down and meet with people in person and have those conversations, those educational moments. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. With that, we stand adjourned.